council members? Right. This is a hybrid meeting of the Urban Renewal Authority. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 star. All right, apologize, but the slide with the Spanish translation of what I just said is not available at this time. If you're a board member, please be sure to unmute your microphone when speaking for the broadcast and recording. The city clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. At this time, I will call the Urban Renewal Authority meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman. Present. Vice Chair Alan Thomas.
Present.
Commissioner Madera.
Present.
Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Noble.
Present.
Commissioner Hurst.
Present.
Commissioner Grimes.
Present.
Commissioner Ford.
Present.
Commissioner Douglas.
Present.
Commissioner Boucher. Commissioner Fairfield. Commissioner Lewis. Commissioner Tedesco. Chair Huseman, you have a quorum. And commissioners, as a reminder, please unmute your microphones for the broadcast and recording. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse those members not present.
So moved.
Just for those of you that haven't noticed, your little buttons that are usually up on the dais are there, so you can do the request to speak there. You can vote on roll call votes through that, and they'll show up here. Commissioner Hurst moved to excuse those members not present. Vice Chair Alan Thomas.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Now I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses E, to determine positions and instructing negotiators relative to the continued engagement of Regen LLC as the authority's owner representative for the development of the Mile High Greyhound Park. Commissioner, Vice Chair Alan Thomas. Commissioner Madera.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to enter into executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right, we will now enter into executive session. The URA will return to take action following the executive session, and the meeting and broadcast will remain up during that executive session.
Matt, I believe it's a different Zoom meeting for the executive session.
So which one am I in?
This is the public one.
like last week, I was looking for this. And the only thing I could think of, I was like, did I leave it in the Civic Center? And I came in here and I looked and I didn't see it. It wasn't in my office. And I was like, oh, I didn't leave it there. And sure enough, there it is. I told him to go home. I did. I'm telling you. So excited. I'm just glad I didn't yell at the wife for misplacing it.
$6 million project and I'm delivering. And on another one, I told him it was a $2.5 million project.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, I know where I leave stuff, okay? It's when it gets picked up and put away that I don't know where away is. Yeah. All right, I think everybody is back, so we can come back out of our executive session. Yeah, that'd be nice, thanks. Mr. Gibson, are we broadcasting again?
Mayor Huseman, we are live.
Thank you very much, appreciate that. Okay, we have, first up, we have two more items to do on the URA meeting, and I apologize, Mr. Boucher, I told you one. First up is Resolution URA 2022-01, First Amendment to Owners Representative Services Agreement. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution URA 2022-01. Commissioner Madera,
Move to adopt Resolution URA 2022-01.
Vice Chair Alan Thomas.
Second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution URA 2022-01. Is there any discussion? You have discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we will do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion is going to carry with however many positive or yays and 2 nays, which will be Commissioner Noble and myself.
I didn't say anything when you asked for the aye votes. I vote no as well.
All right, that's 3. You got that, Mr. Gibson?
Yes, Chair Huseman,
Very
thank
good.
you.
Thank you very much. All right, next up, we're going to move to a Mile High Greyhound Park Hotel and Associated Work Update. Would like to invite Jenna Lowry, Management Analyst, to give the presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. So overall, the redevelopment of the Mile High Greyhound Park is proceeding on schedule, and planning for the 2 parcels that the CCRA still owns is well underway. Regarding the hotel specifically, there are only a couple of minor points of refinement needed in the purchase and sales agreement, and staff does expect that to be fully executed within the next 2 weeks. Once executed, the developer will purchase the land, begin the entitlement review process with the city, and start construction this year. In order to get the land ready for purchase, some engineering and construction work must first be done on tracks B and H. The city had previously planned to fund a $2.5 million stormwater pond at the Mile High Greyhound Park site, which would serve the larger region. And instead of the city funding that $2.5 million directly, it was determined it would be beneficial for the CCURA to let the money flow through the board in order for the potential of those funds to come back to the city in property tax increment near the end of the 25-year TIF period. So in 2019, the City Council approved appropriating that $2.5 million to the board for the stormwater pond. Then the CCRA and master developer indicated that if that stormwater pond came in under budget, the excess money would be put towards other improvements at the site. So the stormwater pond project is now complete, and it did come in under budget. What that means is at our next board meeting, staff is going to bring a resolution before you that reappropriates those extra funds to go towards the applicable engineering and construction work for tracks B and H, so that the property can be sold to that hotel developer and allow for other necessary site improvements to begin on tracks B and H. So really tonight, this is just an FYI update for you all. Again, we expect to come back with the PSA signed and going to get the product developed. If you have any questions, I'm certainly happy to answer them.
Thank you, ma'am, for that information. Does anybody on the board have any questions for staff? Seeing none, that will conclude our URA meeting. Thank you again for everybody participating. We will now adjourn to our City Council study session. The Zoom webinar is going to remain the same. The same Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council study session by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
De interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Okay, we have 5 presentations during this study session. The first one is an infrastructure bill overview. Would like to invite Andre Carrera with Senator Hickenlooper's office to make the presentation.
Yes, good evening. Thank you very much, Mayor Huseman. Just wanted to do a quick mic check and trying to ensure everybody can hear me.
We can,
Fantastic.
yes.
Excellent, excellent. This is my face. This is my very boring apartment in the background. I tried to look for some sort of fancy Zoom background. I cannot find one. So very sorry that this is what you're stuck with. But first of all, hats off to everybody, you know, Mayor Huseman and Commerce City Council. When I was looking over your agenda, my goodness, it's 4+ hours of just marathon meetings and things to go over. It just, you know, renews my heartfelt appreciation for everything that you do for the city of Commerce City. So thank you for allowing me a little bit of time on your agenda. I serve as Denver Metro Regional Director for Senator Hickenlooper. It is an honor to be presenting to you, Mayor Huseman, and to you, Commerce City Council, here tonight. I've had the pleasure of getting to know so many people in your chamber just through various outreach events in Commerce City and in the region. So I'm here to do 2 things tonight. Number one, establish a relationship with the folks I haven't had the pleasure of seeing, you know, in person, face to face. And number 2, let you know about everything that's going on in Hickenlooper's office with paying, you know, while paying special attention to what the bipartisan infrastructure bill means for the city of Commerce City. You know, you have certainly a lot of time for questions at the end. I don't want to be this bureaucrat who just shows up on your screen and talks and talks and talks. So I'd much rather interact with you at the end. But before I go any further, I'd like to give a huge shout out to my dear friend, Annette Peters, who I'm sure is sick of me at this point. I just want to say you've got incredible staff. You know, she's the person that I call at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. just to ensure that I'm plugging into your agenda in the right way. So between Annette and my dear friend, Jason Rogers, you know, I've just had, you know, can't say anything but nice things about your staff. So just wanted to make sure you've got, you've got incredible people working for you over at the city of Commerce City, which when we take a look at your city, you know, more than 60,000 people call Commerce City home. You know, it's hard for me not to see myself in your city. I'm a first-generation American, the son of Mexican immigrants who came to this country wanting to make it a better place. And I know that describes so many of the people that you so proudly serve. So I just wanted to throw that out there on a more personal note, just so you know how much I appreciate City of Commerce City, which I know through my, you know, conversations with folks in this chamber, I know care about environmental issues, you know, care deeply about, you know, issues to, you know, improve small business, improve the environment for small business, and, you know, issues that directly improve or impact the lives of its Black, Indigenous, people of color populations. And so I'll be sure to highlight all of that through my oral remarks here today. So again, you know, wanting to establish a relationship and let you know what's going on in our office. As council members and mayor, you know, at 10,000 feet, what we're looking at with Hickenlooper's office is 4 different committee assignments. And, you know, I'd be happy to follow up with any one of you, you know, one-on-one, just to ensure all these points are impressed upon you. So don't feel like you have to take a bunch of notes as I go on and on and on. You know, he sits on commerce, science, and transportation. He also sits on health, education, labor, and pensions. He sits on energy and natural resources, which obviously is a very important committee assignment for the city of Commerce City. And small business and entrepreneurship. So those are our 4 committee assignments, but don't let that fool you. We have 2 extra subcommittees that we sit on and that we also chair. Those would be the subcommittee on space and science. We also chair the subcommittee on employment and workplace safety. Now you can kind of take this to see, or as like where Hickenlooper can exercise most of his muscle in Congress. So again, he's on so many different committee assignments. It translates pretty neatly into what his priorities are. What the Hickenlooper that we had as mayor and as governor, I think, endeared himself to the state for all of his laser-like focus on workforce training in entrepreneurs and small businesses. So that's kind of what he goes to bed thinking about at night. So if there's one takeaway from my little presentation here, my little spiel, let it be that in Senator Hick, he's the small business senator. He's the entrepreneurial senator. He's the workforce training senator. And that's kind of what describes his priorities. At least, we're into his first year, in his 6-year term as senator. And so, again, workforce training and supporting entrepreneurs and small businesses features prominently in his portfolio. But I think I also get the question, how is our new senator going to legislate? Well, again, it's not too different from, the senator, the Hickenlooper that we knew as mayor and as governor. He's going to take a collaborative approach. That's what we like about him. He comes up with bipartisan solutions to tackle the biggest questions that our generation faces. I think right now, with Hickenlooper, we can certainly appreciate somebody who's able to bring together diverse stakeholders. We don't want to just talk to the people who agree with us. We want to talk to everybody, particularly the people who don't agree with us. Well, while those conversations might be more, I guess, difficult to drive, they're all the more important. And so, again, we have in Hickenlooper a senator who focused on small business, entrepreneurs, workforce training, but in a way that is very bipartisan and collaborative. So that's the overall direction of the office council members at 1,000 feet. And, really the meat and potatoes of this presentation is what the bipartisan infrastructure bill means for the city of Commerce City. But fortunately, because of Hickenlooper's background as a mayor and as a governor, he kind of made Biden's short list of the 22 senators who he wanted to give a front row seat to drafting and negotiating this bill. So again, out of the 100 senators in the U.S. Senate, Hickenlooper was part of the group of 22 to help negotiate and pass the bill, again, because as mayor and as governor, as you well know, he's forced to come and establish consensus among diverse groups of people. So that skill featured prominently here. It's the largest infrastructure investment in our nation's history since the New Deal, and it's the largest climate bill in U.S. history. Again, I know environmentalism being, of special importance to the city of Commerce City. Talking about $1.2 trillion that is going to be transformational for Colorado's infrastructure, clean energy future, climate change mitigation, broadband access, clean water, and much more. So I think the question that everybody wants to ask is, all right, how much is Colorado getting? It's so great that the nation's getting $1.2 trillion. What does it mean for Colorado, perhaps most importantly, Commerce City? I can answer you on the Colorado level right now. Colorado is set to receive, according to most reports, around $6.17 billion, which comes out to about $1,100 per resident. And so then, again, most importantly, what I'm dancing around is exactly how much Commerce City is getting. Council members and mayor, I've asked everybody this question, in state and local and in federal government. Generally, people are saying, giving me kind of the very bureaucratic answer, which I'm forced to regurgitate tonight, which is we have to wait and see. And it all depends on the program. And so then while it's not a knowable thing right now, how much Commerce City is going to get, I can commit to circling back to your city council, to your office mayor, to ensure that you have absolutely every bit of information that that you might need. So I'll keep tracking this for you. I'll circle back with you. I'll work with your staff. My job is to ensure that you and the other 60,000 residents in this city maximize their benefits from the bipartisan infrastructure framework. So what was Hickenlooper's role in particular here? Well, other than being part of that cool club of 22 senators, 11 Ds and 11 Rs, by the way, he was responsible for writing what's called the Recharge Act. Happy to provide you more information on this. It makes it cheaper for folks to recharge the electric vehicles, not only in Colorado, but nationwide. But he also, was instrumental in writing the broadband titles of this infrastructure package. So we're talking about, millions and millions of dollars coming to Colorado to ensure that every single man, woman, and child in our state receives access to broadband. So again, I know playing on what I understand to be Commerce City's priorities, environmentalism, but also access to broadband Wi-Fi. I just wanted to bump that out in this presentation. Understandably, folks across the aisle are particularly concerned about, whether this thing is paid for. Short answer is yes. It's fiscally responsible and does not raise taxes on working families. an independent analysis from Moody's shows that it's fully paid for, and will reduce the deficit over the long term. And so, just to ensure we're all on the same page, no one making less than 400 grand per year will see their taxes go up a single cent. So I certainly don't make 400 grand per year, as you might imagine. So I'm happy about that. And so then, where do I fit in all of this? How can I, as a Hickenlooper staffer, help you? Well, in short, Mayor and council members, everyone here assembled, my job is to connect you with Hickenlooper, with our office, and with the federal government to ensure your top priorities are addressed. Right now, when I think of Commerce City, I think, all right, how can we maximize the millions of dollars that Commerce City is going to be getting? So that's when I engage with, Annette, and when I engage with Jason, with everybody in Commerce City, in my counties and municipalities, I'm thinking about how can we ensure that we are just wringing every single faucet just to ensure that, again, Commerce City gets the most amount of money possible from this once in a generation funding. So, outside of that, everybody, I'm here to listen to your priorities and keep you updated. I arrange meetings and events and appearances from the center. I support you in case you're having issues with the federal government. I intimately familiar about the Greyhound Flats situation, for example. And I loop you into legislation. We've got so much going on in Hickenlooper's office, and if one thing interests you more than another, I'd be more than happy to plug you in directly to those conversations. So I know that's a lot, but breaking it down from 10,000, 1,000 to 0 feet. At 10,000 feet, where you have Senator Hickenlooper as the small business senator, the pro-entrepreneur senator, the pro-workforce training senator, who's more bipartisan and more collaborative. Senator out there. At 1,000 feet, I'm here just to communicate as much useful information as I can about the bipartisan infrastructure framework. And then, beyond that, I'm here to connect you with absolutely anything that you'd like, with our office and with staff in our office and with folks at the federal government. So I have more information about the bipartisan infrastructure bill that I'd be more than happy to chat with your staff about one-on-one or plug into a future study session. So I'll go ahead and I'll stop there. I know you've had a lot of people talking at you for a very long time already tonight, and give you a chance to ask any questions I might be able to answer. So thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that, and appreciate all the work that you're doing for not just Commerce City residents, but Colorado residents and across the country as well. Does anybody on council have any questions? Councilmember Hurst.
Thank you. I appreciate your presentation tonight. I think the bipartisan infrastructure bill has a lot of promise. There's a lot of programs in there that, if managed correctly, will be great for Colorado. I think I don't want to sidestep the topic at hand, but with you here tonight, I would kick myself if I didn't mention that we will consistently continue looking for opportunity for support from Senator Hickenlooper on building and funding an overpass over Highway 85 at 120th. That is a significant investment for the city of Commerce City, but it has long-reaching regional impacts to the development of the Northeast corridor of the Denver Metro. And we've tried and failed, and we've even competed directly with CDOT on projects. But what we're looking for, I think, is quality feedback from FHWA or if we're looking for another opportunity for a grant from the federal agency. And then when it comes time to put in our application for the next grant funding opportunity, we would love to get front-end support to help, boost our application in terms of what the agency is currently looking for at the time and how we can better fit into that mold, as well as once that application is submitted, continued support from not just Senator Hickenlooper, but the federal delegation for Colorado.
Councilman, thank you very much for your comments. More than happy to look into that for you. This has been on my radar for a little bit. I know in my conversations with Adams County, they flagged that a couple times as well. I wanted to answer that by pointing to other information within the bipartisan infrastructure framework. So Colorado might be getting $6.17 billion, but $3.7 billion of that, or the vast majority, is specifically for highway and bridge projects. And so then I'd love to work with you, councilman, and or your staff or whomever is appropriate within your building to see how City of Commerce City can get a slice of that to ensure that all of its residents are being well served by that overpass, I believe. And so then, beyond that, beyond the $3.7 billion, we're also talking about $917 million for upgrades and improvements to public transit. And I know this is very off topic, but almost $700 million for water infrastructure projects. Point is, I'd like to work with you on this project and also any others that City of Commerce City might see fit. I hope you can come to see me as a staffer for you guys that you just don't have to pay.
No, I really appreciate that. And with that being said, I think there are other significant projects that are happening in Colorado that directly impact Commerce City, one of which is the I-270 project that bleeds into Commerce City. Not only is 270 go directly through Commerce City, but also the arterial feeder routes that feed 270 originate in Commerce City, such as the 8-way intersection in downtown Commerce City that directly feeds onto 270, and the impacts and the cost to upgrade that are now being considered with the overall 270 project. But any additional funding that we can, funding and focus that we can get on that project, I believe will have a longstanding positive impact to the residents in Southern Commerce City.
Thank you again, Councilman. I'd like to take this opportunity to see if, I'll send emails to the folks that I haven't met with one-on-one, yourself included, sir, so that you and I can sit down for a good cup of coffee wherever you'd like in Commerce City, so we can go over what your priorities are. Standing invitation to any Commerce City council person here assembled tonight, including yourself, Mayor. My success for me looks like making sure Commerce City gets as much money as possible. So if we can use our meetings to that end, that would be great. I also think it's important to me, I'll follow up again with Jason and with other members of your team, meet with your folks on a staff level so that I can put any competitive grant projects. There's a couple of different funding streams. I just cited to you the $3.7 billion that the state gets to allocate to Commerce City and the different counties and munis in Colorado. But there's another pot of money, these competitive grant funds that I'd like to flag specifically for your grant writers or again anybody else at the staff level or your level, of course, so that we can maximize the amount of money coming to Commerce City. So more meetings. I'm a bureaucrat. I love meetings. But these meetings are designed so that we can ensure that you're getting all of the money possible.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you, Andres, for your presentation. I would also like to say that I would love to see money come to make sure that our pedestrians in the south, because they have so many very, very busy roadways that they have to cross over to get from one section of the south to the other. We really need to concentrate on that. So I would love to talk to you about that.
Absolutely, Councilwoman. It's so nice to see you again, albeit virtually. This pandemic has other plans for us, right? But more than happy to sit down with you. I mean, I have the coolest job in Colorado politics. I get to have meetings with yourself, ma'am, and with other council members and the mayor, to figure out how we can make the lives of the residents of Commerce City better. So to that end, pick out your favorite coffee shop, and I'll show up there with my notepad and everything, so that we can figure out which grants make the most sense for Commerce City residents.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none. I want to start by thanking you and Senator Hickenlooper. In the 2 years that I've been participating in Metro Mayor Caucus, Senator Hickenlooper is the only senator of 3 that has participated and come to the table and talked with us. And I greatly appreciate his willingness. And I think that comes from his experience of being a mayor and then being a governor and trying to make sure that we continue to have a seat at the table. So I want to start by saying thank you for that. One of the things that I continue to hear over and over as I served as an alternate on DRCOG and as I worked in Adams County and trying to advance Adams County construction projects and transportation infrastructure projects is that it always feels like Adams County is last. And by extension, that means Commerce City is last, and we tend to pick up the crumbs. And we just keep getting edged out, be it, TIP funding from DRCOG or getting funding for projects. We haven't been able to get the grants, either infra or build grants approved there at the Department of Transportation at the federal level. But when I think of that comment, and then I think of a news report that I saw as I was coming up to the Civic Center tonight, that Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett were out in Wheat Ridge looking at overpasses there in I-70, and their commitment to ensuring that this money that is flowing into Colorado goes to funding projects like that. And it kind of hurts because it feels like, once again, the focus is not on Adams County. And the focus is not on Commerce City, and the focus is not on our residents and getting them the infrastructure and transportation projects that they need. And it just seems like if you're not specifically exactly on I-70 or on I-25, there's nothing for you. And that's unfortunate. I mean, how much money is being spent all the way from Monument all the way up to Fort Collins on I-25 right now? I mean, billions of dollars, All we're asking for is a measly $100 million in order to get an overpass. So my ask in all this is, please make sure that Adams County is not forgotten. We are the fastest growing county, if not the fastest, the second or third fastest growing county in the state. As a city, we are up there in the top 3 of fastest growing in the state. And our residents have needs that are not being met. And I just ask that whenever our senators are in Colorado and touring these projects and seeing the work that needs to be done, that we make sure that we have an emphasis here in Adams County to make sure that our residents are not left behind again and again and again. With that, again, thank you very much for being here and for having the conversation with us. And again, thank you to Senator Hickenlooper for his participation and for his commitment to helping out the municipalities, especially here in the metro area.
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. Council members, thank you for the opportunity. And a huge shout out to my friends Annette and Jason, who have just been an absolute pleasure to work with. Thank you again.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, we will move on to our next presentation, which is going to be the State of the Municipal Court. Would like to invite Judge Juarez to make his final presentation.
I think you should be able to hear me now.
We can, Judge, yes.
Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Yes, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, this is my last State of the Court's presentation. And instead of waiting to the end to offer some acknowledgements, what I'd like to do is begin by offering certain acknowledgements. I'd like to begin first by thanking Councilmember Sean Ford. He was the mayor when I first got appointed to the position 19 years ago. That's a long time. He showed a lot of confidence in me right from the onset. And I'd like to thank his commitment to me and the loyalty that he demonstrated on seeing that I was reappointed pretty much each time. And I find it terrific that he's back again, giving all he can give to the city by returning to the city council. He offers a tremendous amount of experience and expertise, and the city is better off for it having him in a leadership role again. I'd like to also acknowledge Lynn DiGiacomo. She was the court supervisor for many of the first years that I served as judge. In fact, she trained me. Lynn DiGiacomo had a lot of experience before I started, but she was one of those people that was not content with just everything running the same way. She was an innovator among state municipal court administrators. She was always looking to find ways to improve the court record keeping, the court administration, the processes. She stayed on top of the changes to the laws done by the state legislature. kept me informed about the changes to the municipal ordinances, and then worked with me to implement a lot of our procedures and changes throughout the years. The city was really well served by Linda Giacomo when she was the court supervisor. I'd like to acknowledge the tremendous work that Maya Kisnowski is doing as the current court supervisor. She was hired right at the onset of the pandemic. Hers was the first interview I'd ever done using Zoom meetings. She came in a tumultuous time. We had to find a way to continue to operate as a court with the pandemic, and she facilitated that tremendously well. We were able to resume having court virtually in June. We took the steps with the Tri-County Health Department to create a safe environment for holding in-person court sessions and dockets. She also was responsible for implementing the change to what we call paper on demand, electronic ticketing, electronic record keeping. A tremendous amount of the material that we used to literally do on paper is now being done electronically. And she's been responsible for implementing that and continues to improve the way we deliver the services for the city as well as for the defendants. She works collaboratively with the other departments to try to make sure that the court is doing everything it can to be a really valuable part to the city administration, to the citizens, as well as to the defendants that appear in our court every week. I want to acknowledge my staff, Krista Reiser. She's a court clerk for me. Christopher Gibson, who is a young guy, and as a consequence, it falls to him to do a lot of the programming in our full court software and our electronic ticketing. He's the guy that works with our IT department to keep us all current on how to actually do our job on a day-to-day basis. Alma Escobedo, who is one of our court clerk twos, she's invaluable. She knows the system incredibly well. The fact that she's fully bilingual is just an added plus to somebody who is a tremendous person who we were very fortunate to be able to hire and has continued to stay with us for a number of years now. Carmen Sanchez, she was hired shortly after I was. She's also bilingual. And you have to understand, even though I speak Spanish, when I'm not there, it's left to Alma and Carmen to deal with our Spanish-only population. And we have a significant Spanish-only population in Commerce City, as you all are aware of. On court days, their service is invaluable as well. They basically know how to do everything, and they make my job really, really easy. And I'm sure they're going to be a tremendous help to whatever new judge is hired by the city council in the near future. I enjoyed really good relationships with Bob Gaylor and with Robert Cheesley. Both of them as city attorneys kept me apprised of what it is that the city council was looking to do when they amended ordinances or passed new ordinances. We worked collaboratively with trying to implement state law changes, and the legislature has done a tremendous number on us over the past few years in that regard. Robert Cheesley and I finally got on the same page and started working really well. I was sorry to see him go. My city prosecutor, I've actually known Adam Gollin from my days as a deputy district attorney in Adams County, in his days, also as a deputy district attorney in Adams County. And as the years wind down, as Dorothy said at the end of The Wizard of Oz, Scarecrow, I'm going to miss you the most. He's the guy that comes into my office and tries to lighten the mood, is constantly funny. He keeps what we do in perspective, in the sense that we're dealing with municipal court, traffic court and misdemeanors, petty offenses, animal control, neighborhood services in terms of code violations and building code violations and the tax and licensing stuff. And even though we both have done much more serious cases, these cases are important, not just to the city, but to the individuals. Commerce City is an entry-level court. These people don't know what is expected of them in a courtroom setting. And Adam is oftentimes the first person who really has an opportunity to explain to them what the importance is of the case they're charged with, and treats people with dignity and respect. And I've appreciated his professionalism through all the years. And I'm not kidding when I say I'm really going to miss him. With that having been said, I have to indicate that one of the true benefits that I've received throughout my service as the municipal court judge is the support of the city council. Not just in getting reappointed, but having an opportunity to discuss with some of you individually or collectively, certainly during my annual reviews, we had an opportunity to really engage in that exchange. And I'm sorry that the current city council and I didn't have the opportunity to do that. But you know, some of you have actually come into the courtroom, seen what has gone on. I know Mayor Huseman has, and Sean Ford has. Some of you really didn't get an opportunity, if you will, to see what we do on a day-to-day basis. And it's unfortunate, but I'm really, really proud of the fact that we did have as much interaction as we did, and it all seemed to be positive. It's one of those things where I can't do my job to implement what you want your city to look like without getting that feedback from you. And that feedback was very important to me. And I think that over the course of the 19 years, we both benefited. The city of Commerce City benefited. I know I benefited from this opportunity. I'll go ahead and move on to my presentation. Oops. In your materials, you'll see the court calendar for 2022, obviously subject to any change made by whatever new judge you appoint. The annual report shows the number of tickets. That's the screen that's up now. Just so that everyone understands, you know, we roughly deal with about 10,000 people a year, and none of them want to be there. None of them really want to be there to answer whether it's a traffic ticket, an ordinance violation, or anything else. And as the city council may be aware, we don't get a significant number of complaints. We get some complaints every year. We try to deal with it internally. And so very few of those, if any, make it up to any other departments in the city. And again, my staff is very professional, very well-versed in what needs to happen, what can happen. And ultimately, the decision is up to me if we're going to be able to change things or make things easier on people. And a lot of times, the cold hard reality, the answer to that question is no. Most people get a good, clear understanding of where we're coming from. But as you can see, you know, 11,000 tickets, the number of people that we're seeing, I'm pretty proud of the fact that there have not been any, over the course of my 19 years, any significant numbers of formal complaints filed against my staff. And just so you know, yes, occasionally I get appealed. My decisions get appealed. I'm fortunate to say that not too many of them have ever been reversed. For the past 2 years, we've suspended jury trials. Right now, we don't have any jury trials in the pipeline because we're trying to be consistent with what Don Quick, the chief judge of the Adams County Court, does. Right now, jury trials in Adams County are still suspended through at least February 18th of 2022, and there's always the possibility that that'll be extended. Pretty much from April of 2020 until February of 2022, there haven't been any jury trials held because the health department has deemed it unsafe to impanel juries. Part of that is you basically have a number of people in a confined space for an extended period of time. There have been some very serious murder trials in Adams County that are the exception, but those have been very few and far between. And the county had to take a lot of precautionary steps to be able to hold even those. Let's see. The next screen shows you that what we paid in 2021 for Indigent Defense Counsel, that's significantly less than in prior years. The state legislature created the requirement that for all indigent people in custody at their first appearance was entitled to a court-appointed attorney. although their justification, all right, I won't editorialize. It's not constitutionally required at that stage. However, that having been said, they still required it. We have to follow the law as they pass it. We only had 11 cases of in custody first appearance people, and we were able to secure grant funding for that court-appointed attorney for those first appearances. When they created the law, they did create some funding to be shared by all of the cities in the state to be able to offset this new expense. And that's all I could describe it as, a new expense. At some point, I'm sure they're going to quit renewing the grant funding for this, but it was still in place through 2021. The reason I put conflict-free counsel pursuant to Senate Bill 203 up there is because the city is responsible to have the court-appointed attorneys evaluated on an annual basis. Now, again, we don't have our normal full set of court-appointed attorneys that we used to in the past, but once we get past the pandemic, in fact, in 2022, the city council will need to work with the city attorney to secure someone to do the evaluations of all the court-appointed attorneys that the city is using in 2022. And then a report is supposed to issue from that attorney to the city council, to whoever the municipal judge is at that time. It does not appear that that report needs to go to anyone other than the executive authority for the city, but the evaluation itself must take place. We opted, we meaning the city attorney and I, in discussions with the city manager at the time, determined that rather than use the Office of the Alternative Defense Counsel to conduct these evaluations, we would simply contract it out to somebody else. The legislation provided for the Alternate Defense Counsel's office to provide this service. They're being paid some, but there's costs to the city to use that service, and they've formalized the process. The problem I had with using them is a lot of them are just former public defenders that go to work for the Office of Alternative Defense Counsel, and the people that I had serving as our court-appointed attorneys were much more experienced than the people that the Office of Alternative Defense Counsel was assigning to do evaluations. It'd be like a 10-year attorney being evaluated by a 3-year attorney, and I didn't think that that made a lot of sense. This is something that the City Council can revisit once we start using court-appointed attorneys on a more regular basis than we are now. The timing is the key, though. It does have to be done by next year for 2022. Let's see, intergovernmental agreements. The North Metro Youth Diversion Program is a program that all of the cities in Adams County are utilizing for juvenile crime. One of the things that has been adopted recently is that for all juvenile crime within the city, we refer them to the outfit called the Link. Each year we pay the Link a certain amount of money to do evaluations for the juveniles that are facing criminal prosecution in our city. That's been expanded to include referrals from the schools in Commerce City as well, and other direct referrals. They do complete family evaluations, make recommendations. What we're trying to do is keep those juveniles from actually getting juvenile records in the municipal courts and in the state courts as well, by, it's called diverting them out of the courts and into programs, whether it's drug education, alcohol education, conflict education, petty theft education, just basically trying to provide them alternatives to having court records as a result of their behavior. This is something that is constantly going up and down. Sometimes the North Metro Youth Diversion Program provides great services. Sometimes those services drop off. Right now, it looks like it's on an uptick. The judges, the school districts, the school, the resource officers in the school, all of us seem to be on board with the idea that if we send everybody to the lake, they do a family evaluation. A lot of times we can deal with dynamics that are a little bit greater to deal with than just a teenager smoking marijuana on the way to school. There usually is other family dynamics that we need to have intervention for, or at least alternative programming to try to understand what causes the behavior problems. The Adams County Detention Facility, we contracted with them to have our in-custody persons seen by video rather than transporting them. We tried to expand that to other counties. We were able to successfully have a couple of people seen from Arapahoe County and also from Jefferson County, but Adams County is where the majority of our arrestees end up, and we successfully were able to have video appearances from those people. However, with the onset of the pandemic, a lot of municipal and minor state law violators were released from this facility on PR bonds and not held to be able to be seen by video. So the contract that we had agreed to for certain numbers of people and certain set aside sessions for our video appearances weren't utilized. Quite frankly, we had 2:30 every Wednesday and Thursday afternoon and didn't need them because almost none of our people were being held in the detention facility and made available for appearances. So we were able to secure partial refunds, and I think that we're going to have that all looked at again once the jail starts taking municipal prisoners and low-level state law offenders. Their numbers are down. The only people that stay in the jail are the people that are violent offenders or felony offenders or domestic violence offenders. Municipal prisoners are all being released on personal recognizance bond, and that's been going on for a little over a year now. And there is no date set for when that's going to end. I would anticipate that it might extend all the way through 2022, depending on how the pandemic proceeds. But again, the city council should be aware, and city manager's office should be aware, the city attorney's office should be aware that our contracted numbers, we haven't been using them, and we don't foresee using them for 2022 as well. So we shouldn't pay for a service that we're not getting. All right, Colorado Municipal Judges Association. Each year I asked the city council, and in the past they have agreed to fund the lobbyists that's utilized specifically by the Municipal Judges Association. That's in addition to the CML group, because CML represents cities on much broader topics. The Denton's is the lobbyist that the Municipal Judges Association uses to deal specifically with issues that have an impact on the municipal courts throughout the state. I think it's an important expense. In the next slide, we'll talk about some of the bad things that have happened to the municipal courts throughout the state. But without the lobbyists and the negotiation that's gone on, the situation could be much worse. Each year, the judicial conferences have been paid. I've been paid to attend, and the membership of the presiding judge in the Municipal Judges Association. The City Council also authorized that the associate judges, I've had two, that we pay for one to attend the spring conference, one to attend the fall conference, and then we pay one membership for one associate judge each year in the Municipal Judges Association, and then obviously a membership for the other one in the alternate years. It's not a significant amount of money, but I think that when the new judge is selected, that's something to keep in mind, is that whoever the new judge is, if they have associate judges, that we try to keep them active in the Municipal Judges Association and obviously free to attend the conferences as they come up. There's 2 a year, spring conference and the fall conference. And those conferences are very valuable for the sharing of information and also in arriving at strategies on what to do with how to implement the changes in the state law. All right. In speaking with that, effective in January 1st of 2021, the law was placed into effect that no outstanding judgment warrants can be placed on driver's licenses for failures to appear or failures to pay traffic tickets. What that effectively means is that if somebody had failed to appear, we would enter a default on whatever the original charge was. For instance, a 4-point speeding ticket. We send the notice to the Department of Motor Vehicles and 4 points get assessed against their license, and the driver would be unable to renew their driving privilege until the failure to appear had been cleared or the failure to pay the fine had been cleared. They would charge a $30 fee, 15 of which would be retained by the city, 15 of which would then go to the Department of Motor Vehicles to clear the lien that was placed against their ability to renew a driver's license. That is gone. There is no way to ensure payment of outstanding traffic violations or any incentive for a defendant to appear to avoid a default on a traffic ticket. They still have points assessed against them. For adults, that means that if they accumulate 12 points in 12 consecutive months, their privilege to drive will be suspended for points, 18 points within any 24 consecutive months. There isn't a mechanism by which people can be compelled to appear or compelled to pay with any type of impact on their driving privilege until they reach the requisite number of points. And that won't cause them to appear or pay. They'll simply have to go to DMV and see what they need to do to get their driving privilege reinstated. It's usually in the form of a $90 reinstatement fee paid directly to the Department of Motor Vehicles, plus an SR-22 form. And they'll still be eligible for restricted licenses. They just won't owe the city or even the state courts anything on the outstanding traffic violations. Right now, our only remedy that we've implemented is that any outstanding fines will be sent to collections. The CML grant program for municipal court text messaging reminders, there is a possibility to get a grant so that we can send text messages to anyone who's provided their phone number to the law enforcement officer to send them a reminder of their upcoming court dates to try to cut down on the number of people who fail to appear. Now, our failures to appear rate has gone up in recent months because, again, for instance, if somebody's charged with shoplifting and they fail to appear, I issue a warrant for their arrest, but it has to include that they would be released upon arrest with a personal recognizance bond until they have failed to appear 3 times. And then under certain circumstances, after the 3rd failure to appear, I could issue a warrant and require a cash or surety bond. Right now, the idea is if we send people reminders before, they're more likely to appear. However, the word is clearly gotten out that, if you don't show up and a warrant issues and you get arrested, you're going to get released on a PR bond. And that's effective statewide. So our failure to appear on ordinance violations is going up significantly with each passing month. Another thing that recently passed is having bond hearings for those people who are being held within 48 hours, or they're required to be released on a personal recognizance bond. So even when somebody gets to the cash bond state, they're going to be released unless we can physically see them, either in person or virtually, with a court-appointed attorney with them within 48 hours. Obviously, our court only meets Wednesdays and Thursdays. So unless they get arrested on a Tuesday, they're going to get released on a PR bond, Monday or Tuesday. Every other day, we're not going to be able to see them. Again, for the full-time courts like Denver and Aurora or Lakewood, this isn't a problem. For the part-time courts statewide, we still don't have a mechanism in place to deal with this. Even if we had our prosecutor available, our judge available, and a court-appointed attorney available, the jails don't have the manpower to be able to meet the demands of the 11 cities in Adams County, if it's an Adams County prisoner, to meet the 48 hours. And if they're in custody in any other court, we're not going to be able to get anything set up to be able to hold a bond hearing within 48 hours. There do not appear to be any exceptions to this law at this time, although it's still being discussed to try to find ways to accommodate the part-time courts. In the past year, we've effectively transitioned to e-ticketing. Almost all of our cases are being e-ticketed. We still have paper tickets when somebody's being arrested on a warrant because we have yet to find let's say we haven't found a way that's efficient to deal with people who are being arrested on affidavits with other than the paper ticketing. The electronic ticketing as it's set up doesn't allow a case to be filed without a specific arraignment date. And obviously if the person is being sought on an arrest warrant, they weren't served with a copy of the ticket and they won't be until they're arrested. So we're doing a workaround on that. We've transitioned to electronic case processing. Even the paper tickets are scanned and maintained in our electronic case processing. And I've actually broadened the scope of my abilities by being able to pull down files, pull down records, criminal histories, all of that stuff on the computer. I don't need stuff on paper anymore. Since the onset of the pandemic, we've created a virtual hearing option, and that's constantly expanded. We're seeing more than probably 75% of the people on virtual hearings rather than in-person hearings. Obviously, without meaning to sound mean about it, older people and Spanish-only people are having a hard time appearing virtually, and so we still have the in-person option available. As you could probably tell from the way the courtroom or the city council chambers are set up, we go to great efforts to try to make sure everybody is safe. We have almost no physical interaction with these people, and we do good spacing and protection, and everybody must wear a mask that comes in. There's no paper exchanged with these people, no pens, nothing. I mean, we do everything we can to minimize contact for the people that appear in person. And I can say that I feel fairly confident that there will be no one who has appeared in court or will appear in court who will be exposed to the coronavirus and get sick from the way they appear in our court. We've gone to great lengths to try to ensure that. You know, again, we're doing everything we can to do things virtually. We've got electronic payment. We've got electronic discovery, in other words, giving defendants police reports. We're doing as much as we can to do the business of the court electronically and practically eliminate the use of paper. We call it paper on demand because if you do need to see something, it is available to be printed out and provided in that fashion. But again, court dates, classes, community service, a lot of the things that we do on a regular basis, the communication is done electronically. The classes can be done virtually. We're doing everything we possibly can to make things easier on the defendants, safer for everyone, and using electronic means as much as possible. We're trying to make things so easy for people to try again to reduce our failure to appear rate. We've had people sitting in their cars, we had people at work, in the comfort of their living room. The amount of the wait time between when they check in and their case gets called is greatly reduced. We've increased the number of dockets to try to do that. Everything that we can possibly do to keep people safe, we're trying to do, and to make it more convenient, we're trying to do. The staff, we've been reduced to one person in the front office for dealing with the people that are appearing in person. My courtroom staff is actually appearing on Zoom as well, and then electronically transmitting the paperwork to the people to the front desk if the defendants are here in person, or sending it to them on email if they're appearing by Zoom. Again, we're just doing everything we can to try to make everybody safe. At this point, I'll open it up to any questions from the City Council. And City Council, I want you, and Mr. Mayor, I want you all to know I'm very thankful that you gave me this opportunity, not just to appear tonight, but to serve in the capacity that I've served in for the past 19 years.
Well, thank you, sir. And the city is a better place because of your dedication to the city, so we thank you for that. Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Judge Warris, I just, wanted to thank you personally also for your years of serving Commerce City and being dedicated to serve the residents and the city, and just wanted to wish you the best of luck and thank you for tonight's presentation.
Councilmember Ford.
Judge, I want to first start off by saying thank you for the kind words earlier in your presentation. You weren't just a judge for this community. You were a lot more than that, and I know you'll be greatly missed. I remember coming in, sitting in some of the hearings and watching you preside over the court, and how you handled especially the children in our community by telling them, you'd say, hey, raise your hand. Who all got pulled over and ticketed on Chambers going to lunch from high school? This is the problem. We don't want you to get hurt. You don't want to hurt your friends. And you would give them a lecture like a father rather than a judge. You had stakes in this community. And there were times where I remember you coming to the city council and saying, hey, I think you guys are making a mistake on your fireworks fines and things of that nature. And you took big risks in doing that because the city council was your boss. But you were very open and honest about how you operated, and you were fair to us on wanting to recommend programs. And you treated the people in this community like they were your children, and you gave them second chances, and you tried to teach them lessons so that they wouldn't get hurt, especially the kids. Don't do this. Someone's going to get hurt. And we know a lot of children from 27J have gotten in accidents, and some of them have died trying to get to McDonald's, coming down Highway 85. And you would come to us and say, hey, we need to try to do something with the speed limits for where these kids are transitioning from school to McDonald's. And I have to give you a lot of credit because most judges wouldn't go to the lengths that you have went to. When it comes to future legislation, you were always there making sure that we fully understood exactly what was coming down, how it would impact your court, and how it would ultimately impact our community, because it's not just our community as the council. You were a part of that community, and it's going to be hard to fill your shoes. And I respect all the years you served this community, and how you served this community, I think, is even a bigger attribute to what you have done. And I wish you a very good retirement and good luck in your future endeavors. Thanks, Judge.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Judge Juarez, I would like to echo some of the same sentiments as the previous speakers. It was great to have you a part of this community. I understand that you're probably not going to be in the state any longer, and we're going to miss you. It was wonderful to be able to run into you on the golf course and at Bison Grill. And it was even more wonderful to have you swear me in. And it was so nice to have a friendly face that helped me get through that. So I really appreciated that. And I just want to let you know that we will miss you, but we wish you the best of luck in the future and hope you come back and see us.
Thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I won't repeat everything that everyone's else said, but you know, you really are going to be missed in this community, and you know, I think, you know, you nailed it when you said that we got a lot of benefit from having you on the bench, and you know, you grew from that as well, and you know, the community definitely has some big shoes to fill, because the way that you treated our community and you served our community was beneficial for everyone, and definitely a learning experience for everyone who had to come before you. So, you know, appreciate that. I just want to wish you all the luck. Hope you hit them long and straight.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. You know, we didn't spend a ton of time together, but you have a very great reputation in our community. I appreciate the professionalism and the respect that you treated everybody with, including us on council. And as Councilmember Madera said, good luck on retirement, and hope you enjoy the golf course.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, just want to thank you again, Judge. Appreciate everything that you've done for the community, and I think that the fact that I've never received an email or a letter or anything complaining about you or complaining about your staff is a testament to your leadership of this court, and just appreciate everything that you brought to the table, and the support that you provided the 9 of us over the last several years. And yeah, as everybody else has said, you will be missed, but congratulations on your retirement, and I hope that it's long and fruitful and that you enjoy it to the best of your ability.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a final point, I wanted to let you all know, I know the 3 finalists, and so they're all friends of mine, and they're all very competent and qualified individuals. If the city council ever wants me to provide any type of personal insight on any of them, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to respond to any questions that you all might have, although I don't want to do it in a public forum. You can certainly understand, since they're all friends of mine, my hesitation in that regard.
Absolutely, appreciate that. Okay,
right.
we will let the judge move on towards one step closer to retirement and move on to our next presentation, which will be the Suncor Water Quality Permit Comment Letter. Would like to invite Jim Tolbert, Community Development Director, to introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. I think all I'm going to do is refer to Anita Riley, who is going to speak to you tonight, along with our consultant, about the draft letter that we have, and brief you on that. So if Anita's out there and ready to go, I don't see her on here yet. Oh, there she is. So Anita, if you want to unmute and go ahead.
Thank you. So I am just emailing our consultants to let them know that that we are on the agenda here. And there we go. So I am wondering if our consultants have been let in as panelists as well tonight. Is there someone who could speak to that?
Anita, we've promoted them as panelists. We're just waiting on them to move over.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. Oh, there they are. So good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Anita Riley, and I'm a principal planner here at the city. And we are joined here tonight by Emily Artali and Carolyn Bias. Emily is a principal engineer and co-owner of Lotus Engineering and Sustainability. And Carolyn is a water quality specialist and the water quality program manager at Pinion Environmental. They are two members of the environmental consulting team that has been working with the city for nearly a year on a number of environmental efforts. So tonight, Carolyn and Emily will be providing background on the Suncor water quality permit renewal process, and that will include what's in the proposed permit, as well as speaking to the comment letter that they have prepared for the city. A draft of that letter completed last Friday, January 21st, and I understand it was uploaded for your review today. So as noted, it is a draft, and so we look forward to your feedback so the letter can be further refined. And with that, I will turn it over to Emily and Caroline for the presentation.
Thank you, Anita, and thanks everyone for having us here this evening to share some of our findings regarding the Suncor permit and to discuss the draft letter that was prepared for your review and submittal eventually to the state. Anita had reached out and asked me to do a high-level review of the permit, and I did put a PowerPoint together that I think will help show you some of the changes that have been made, which are very significant. So I'm not sure if I can share my screen. Can I go ahead and do that, Anita? Is that how we're going to do this? Is that I'll share my screen?
Dylan, is that possible tonight?
Yes, they should have permission to share their screen.
Okay, great. Hopefully this works out. Make sure I have the right one here. Looks like it is. Okay. Can everyone see my screen? I'm not sure. Is it in presentation mode?
We see the split screen mode.
Not quite sure why it's doing that. Maybe if I just do this, does that work?
That works. You can also go under display settings, I believe, if you'd like, but that seems like that works too. And go swap, try that.
Okay. There we go. Okay, everybody can see it and that's working so far? Okay. Okay, so I just put together a few slides to sort of help go through, again, from a zoomed out perspective, what we found with the draft 2021 Suncor permit. And thought it would be helpful to prepare a map that shows all of the different outfalls that are in the permit and have some sort of a permit requirement. So this map shows the external outfall, which is the discharge to Sand Creek, which is located here. If you can see my pointer, hopefully. And then this is also the South Platte River, which Sand Creek actually discharges into the South Platte River. So this pink outline is the Suncor It's the boundary of the remediation, groundwater remediation area. And the green outfall is the discharge to Sand Creek. The orange outfalls are those represent some combination of stormwater and processed water, or stormwater and groundwater. And then the yellow triangles are the outfalls that are stormwater outfalls. So the key takeaway from this slide is that nearly all the outfalls have numeric limits of some kind. And most of them have either monitoring for PFAS or limits for PFAS. This slide just shows the summary of the receiving waters and what the division uses to determine final effluent limits. Again, the receiving streams are Sand Creek and the South Platte River. The designations are either reviewable or use protected. What that means is that if a stream is designated as reviewable, there's an anti-degradation review required. And if it's use protected, there is no anti-degradation review required. And that just simply means that the anti-degradation gives a second layer of protection beyond water quality standards to protect those waters that have better water quality. So it is intended to limit future degradation of the waters. These are the classified uses that the numeric limits are based on for each of these receiving waters. And I'm going to move this a little bit. Currently, the Sand Creek is on the 303D list for dissolved selenium. That just indicates that this segment is not meeting the selenium standard. And for the South Platte River, this segment of the South Platte River is on the monitoring and evaluation list for temperature. That just means that there is some data that shows it could be impaired for temperature, but more data is necessary to make that final determination and whether it should go on the 303D list or not. There had been other parameters for the South Platte River that were on the 303D list that had total maximum daily loads calculated for them. And so this column just means that these have been addressed where the permittees are required to meet certain limits to bring the segments back into compliance with standards. So the next few slides really summarize the major changes in the 2021 draft permit, and they're very extensive. So really the key takeaway from these next slides is that the 2021 draft permit requires more limits and monitoring requirements. It requires a lot of different new actions to monitor operations and prevent spills and unpermitted discharges. It also has conditions to protect drinking water supplies and conditions to keep the public informed. So these are lists of all the specific things, terms and conditions that are new to this permit that did not exist in the previous permit. And I wasn't planning on going through all of these. I don't think you want me to read them, but it's very extensive. There were also some new changes to the stormwater requirements, including some technology-based limits for benzene and BTEX, some new flow limitations, and then PFAS monitoring requirements. This slide shows the the mass balance equation, which is used to calculate permit limits. And it's for calculating water quality based effluent limits. So it's based on the concept really that the upstream load plus the discharge load equals the downstream load. So from that, you can calculate the allowable pollutant concentration that will not cause an exceedance of the downstream standard. And if you have any questions about any of this, please feel free to interject at any time. So the assimilative capacity, or the mass balance equation, takes into account the assimilative capacity available of the stream. And this is primarily a function of dilution. So the flow variable, which is this Q1 variable, the upstream flow is very important in calculating permit limits. So what I found interesting in looking at some of the comparisons of the current 2012 permit and the 2021 draft permit is that the low flows upstream of the facility were quite different, remarkably different really than what they were in 2012. So for instance, in the 2021 draft permit, the division assigned a 0 flow for both acute to calculate both acute and 7-day limit, average limits, which means that there's no assimilative capacity. And so that what ends up happening when there's no assimilative capacity is that the limits are set equal to the standards. So they're very, very stringent. And for the chronic low flow, it was cut. It's actually less than half of what it was in 2012. So these really affect how stringent the permit limits are. The next few slides look very busy. They are busy, but what we tried to do here is to also show the differences in the 2012 permit versus the 2021 permit limitations and reporting requirements. So if you can see here that the effluent parameters are listed on the left side of the table. And for the 2012 permit, I've got the 30-day average limit, the daily maximum limit, and the 2-year average limit compared to the same limits for the draft 2021 permit. Anything in blue font is new or more stringent. And these are all for inorganic parameters. So you can see here that there's some remarkable numbers of new constituents as we go through all of these different, we go down the list of the different effluent parameters. There's some new reporting requirements, and they'll ask for those the facility to report these, and then the values, and then they'll use that information in the next permit cycle to potentially apply limits for that parameter. So going through here, we see there's quite a few new parameters. And then moving on to the organic industrial parameters, there were hardly any of these any limits or report requirements in the 2012 permit for any of these organic parameters. And there's 5 slides worth of these. So you can see a lot of limits and then a lot of reports required, reporting requirements. Here are the new PFAS limitation and monitoring requirements. So there are some limits for the main outfall here, and these are in parts per trillion. or nanograms per liter. So they look big, but they're not. They're very, very small. So again, there's 2 pages of, or 2 table slides worth of report requirements and then some actual limitations. And I believe that most everyone here is probably very familiar with the PFAS issue, but they're called forever chemicals because they build up in your body over time and don't really go away, and they can cause some health issues. The EPA recommended level is 70 parts per trillion for 2 chemicals, which in short are PFOS and PFOA. Don't ask me to repeat what that actually stands for. I can go back and look it up in the table though, if anyone's interested. So in the past, these have been found in Sand Creek in the South Platte River, both upstream and downstream of the refinery at levels above and below the EPA threshold. And these chemicals are in part attributed to the firefighting foam. My understanding is that Suncor has replaced the Class B firefighting foam with a different foam that complies with the EPA's PFOS stewardship program. And then I did come across this, and I wasn't quite sure if Commerce City actually did file suit under RCRA, but I did come across that in an article, and I wasn't able to confirm that before this meeting, so I did put this in here. This next slide is just, we wanted to look at the proximity of drinking water wells to, that are within the alluvial aquifer of Sand Creek and the South Platte River. So these blue dots show the different drinking water wells in Commerce City. And the smaller ones are shallower wells, and the larger ones are a little bit deeper. And then the orange outline is the alluvial aquifer. And the concern is that when you have drinking water wells close to, in close proximity to the surface water within the alluvial aquifer, there's always a concern that there could be some, future problems if there are any groundwater toxic plumes that are moving toward the drinking water wells, or if it's groundwater influenced by surface water. So we just wanted to get an idea of where these wells were. It doesn't seem that there are a lot that are very close to the creeks, but it's we wanted to include some mention of that concern in the letter that was written. I also added a few slides here that where, as part of the other work that we're doing for Commerce City, we're looking at water quality concentrations from sampling sites that currently exist and have existed for some time. And this map just shows where some of those, I'm gonna try to, wonder if I can zoom, whoops, what did I do? Sorry. Okay, I was gonna try to zoom in, but I think maybe I was able to a little bit. These red triangles are different water quality sampling stations. Most of them are the Metro Wastewater Reclamation District has collected these samples. They're located, there's one located on Sand Creek below the Suncor discharge. There's one located above the Metro discharge, and then a few along the South Platte River as well where they've been collecting a variety of parameters for a long time. So in some of our analysis, we wanted to look at what the concentrations looked like from upstream to downstream in the different segments. And I just picked a couple of we did it for a lot of different parameters, but a few sort of stood out. And one was the cadmium concentrations. In this figure, it shows the sampling stations from upstream to downstream. This dashed line shows where the Metro wastewater treatment plant discharges to the segment, and where Sand Creek comes into the South Platte. And what's interesting here, we thought it was interesting, was that the upstream of the Metro plant, the cadmium concentrations are actually very high, way higher than they should be, between 25 and 30 micrograms per liter. But once you get downstream of the discharge, these concentrations are diluted, essentially, is what we believe. They're diluted by either just the Metro discharge, or potentially both Sand Creek and the Metro discharge. We can't really talk much about Sand Creek because there were no cadmium. Cadmium was not analyzed for those samples. The red line shows the current standard. So these concentration values compared to the standard are quite striking because of this high concentration upstream. So that indicated to us that was probably from previous groundwater contamination that's making its way into the South Platte. Another one that we looked at was the sulfate. So there is a new sulfate standard that is 250 milligrams per liter for both the South Platte River and Sand Creek. And again, we're looking from upstream to downstream on the South Platte River. And this black line separates the South Platte River and Sand Creek. So you can see that above the Metro discharge, the concentrations are higher than the standard, but below they're lower, also probably from dilution. However, in Sand Creek, the concentrations are quite high, almost double what the standard is. And in the draft permit, the limit for Suncor is set to 250. So it's equal to the standard. Again, and then this is the last slide talking about sort of the water quality concentration. So for dissolved selenium, it appears that the above the Metro South Platte, above the discharge and below the discharge are meeting selenium standards, but not in Sand Creek. And we already knew that because Sand Creek is listed for selenium. So, but the permit limit in the draft permit is set to equal to the standard. So those were just a few side notes of water quality, and that is my presentation. So I think should we move into any questions or go into or discuss the letter? How would you like to move forward?
Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate the education on all of that. Does anybody on council have any questions at this time? Councilmember Madera?
Do you know where that reading for the cadmium was at? Where it was located?
I'm sorry, the location of the,
Yeah, the high reading that was before the Metro wastewater
Yes.
and Suncor.
I probably shouldn't have closed my, here, let me see if I can pull this. So, the high concentrations were collected just above for the South Platte. Are you talking about selenium? Below
The cadmium.
the cadmium. The cadmium on South Platte was collected right above the Metro discharge.
Okay. Yeah, because there's some metal recycling plant that's probably where that's leaking from. I would imagine, because isn't that like a metal?
Yes, yeah, it could be, definitely. There could be multiple locations, but that's interesting that that you bring that up, because I think it's something that's somehow it's gotten into the groundwater, and it could be from years ago, really. It could be just moving, a plume that's sort of moving into the South Platte River.
Yeah, well, I know Evraz is kind of located right above there on New York, and you know, they handle a lot of metal and metal recycling, so that could be getting into the groundwater from there.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Hertzman. Thank you for the presentation, Carolyn. I really appreciate it. Very in-depth, very complicated. It's a complex situation here. But I did want to say that I think the letter is well drafted. I really appreciate the fact that you have brought so much humanity into the request from Suncor and the CPHE, and to do better. They have to do better. We have to protect our citizens and our residents here. And I just felt like it was well researched, it was well put together. You cited the different statements in your letter, and so I just want to say that I really appreciate all the effort that you've put into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was curious, you showed a map of all the well waters. Do you plan on asking any owners within 3 to 5 radius to test their water?
So I think, my understanding is that the state, and I haven't actually looked into this in depth yet, but I can if you'd like, but I believe that the state has done some sampling of wells that at least for PFAS. I don't know if they've tested them for other constituents, and have found so far that none of those wells, at least the ones that they've tested, have had any PFAS concentrations higher than the 70 parts per trillion threshold that the EPA has set for its health advisory. However, that I think that would be something that the city might consider as a, for any concerned citizens, perhaps to maybe suggest that they test for certain things if they're concerned about that, because private drinking water wells are not regulated by the state.
So I'm just confused, because first you said you think, so have some been tested or not? Or you're not sure?
Well, I think some have been tested, but I'm not sure which ones or where they were tested.
Because just in the next presentation, I would like to know, maybe the mayor and other council members, if you could get that also. And then have we had any of the groundwater tested by homes also that are in 3 to 5 mile radius by the creeks? Do you know?
I think those are I do believe some have been tested for PFAS, but again, I can check with the state and find out what they have done, because I believe that they did that in when the public drinking water wells showed some high levels of PFAS. But I don't have details. I can find those for you.
Okay, thank you. And then just last question, you didn't mention any type of medical conditions that the residents can get from the creeks, to your knowledge. Are there any?
You know, that's a difficult thing to identify. You know, that you can look at specific pollutants like the PFAS, and you know what you can determine what types of health conditions they can cause if they are in high levels or levels higher than recommended, but it would be difficult to pinpoint specific illnesses and trace them back to water quality parameters. It's a difficult thing to do, and I that's not something I did find in my research. That the state did identify some illnesses, but they were mostly related to air quality.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the thoroughness. I have a couple of ideas that I would like to see in the letter, if possible. The last paragraph reads, in summary, Commerce City fully supports CDPHE's draft Suncor permit as written for final implementation and appreciates in advance consideration of including a PFAS permit reopener clause in the final permit. So the part that I have a question about is fully supports, because there's a couple of items that I think are important. One of them is, well, as background, Suncor has been known to be non-compliant, and at the same time, we have a great deal of difficulty when it comes to enforcement. So that's on the state side, of course. Both of those are important. In that regard, then, within the permit, it would be important to include random testing tied to the scheduled monitoring. Random testing. I think you showed weekly on your spreadsheets for the many toxic chemicals.
Right. Mm-hmm. I think many of them are weekly.
Right. So however, it would be important for it to be random so that they don't know when it's occurring. Weekly is good, but random weekly is better. Does that make sense?
It does. Like, for instance, what you're recommending is that they don't just go and sample every Tuesday of the week, that they test, somehow figure out a random system where they would test on a Friday or Saturday or Sunday, or so that it's not the exact same time every week.
Right, exactly, because as you pointed out on when you were looking at the South Platte River levels, that there may have been some dilution. And that's, of course, one way to solve the problem that has certainly been used by South Adams County Water to dilute the PFAS in our system. They use Denver Water to do that. Let me see, what was the other one? Oh, well, I think just to emphasize the point of enforcement.
Okay, so
Because it's the new permit, which is, you know, all of these new categories and strengthened levels are important, but only if they're being enforced. And that has been a continual problem with the state.
right, yeah, that is a big problem, and yeah, that's why I wanted to add. And the enforcement, of course, is a different division than the permit division, but that's why I wanted to suggest that they revise their enforcement policies to be stricter. And I think there is a clause in their policy that says they can a significant non-compliance violation can be it can be discretionary.
You know, because Carolyn, I'm noticing that there's a compliance schedule for PFAS, for example, that's a year, and perhaps that could be shortened to 6 months. You know, we drag these things out and don't get them accomplished in a timely fashion, and that just puts people in awkward situations health-wise.
Okay, so would you like to see also then a shorter compliance schedule?
I'm suggesting that.
Okay.
I'm just a little uncomfortable with saying fully support.
Okay. Oh, no, and that's great. These are great suggestions. So I will definitely change that and then add these other suggestions.
Yes, and otherwise, thank you so much for the letter. It was very thorough, and thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
So have we looked into if any of this contamination could be part of the former Scott's Liquid Gold contamination that our community saw back in the 70s? Because that plume went right along that alignment down 56th Avenue. The flows by our underground water tend to flow, or they all flow, north and west. Based on that, from where that confluence with the outfall of Suncor and Sand Creek are, it looks like the wells would not be in the transmission of flows from the underground water. From my understanding is South Adams Water had 2 or 3 of their wells showed traces of PFAS, and from my understanding, they have shut those wells down and are no longer pumping those. And then one of my questions was, on there you had the Burlington ditch and drinking water. Burlington ditch carries irrigation water, and I know some of it has been changed in state court to be for municipal use, but that's primarily augmentation water for pumping of other shallow wells. So I didn't understand that I don't understand how we have drinking water in the Burlington ditch system other than for augmentation of well water that is pumped. So I still have some questions on who are the end contributors above and beyond what Suncor could be, and if there are contamination levels in wells that are to the north of that confluence of their outfall and Sand Creek in some of South Adams wells. I'd like to have those wells identified that have traces of PFAS so that we can attribute that to flows that would have been able to contaminate those wells rather than just looking at one end user for all of the contamination. Just because I find it really hard for water from the outfall of Suncor being able to migrate over to where those wells are based on underground flows and identifying those wells, we might be able to identify other users from in the past, like a Scott's Liquid Gold or like the Rocky Mountain Arsenal injection well, things of those nature. So I'd like to make sure that we're looking at all of the end users and how they could have impacted our community instead of just one end user. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that background. That was very, very helpful.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, thanks. I have a quick question. It's likely for Roger. And it's just a reminder, a point of clarification. I'm not suggesting that drinking water is the only water we should be seeking out to protect, but I was wondering how many Commerce City residents are still operating on well water, or if they've all transitioned to South Adams.
I could answer that, Roger, if you want.
Yeah, I have no way of knowing.
So back in the late 80s, after the Arsenal deep well lawsuit took place, South Adams sued the federal government and were awarded 3,000 acre feet of water from Denver, as well as the new carbon filtration plant. But as part of that agreement, they had to go in and eliminate all of the domestic wells that were privately owned, and everybody that had those domestic wells was put on to the municipal water to reduce the impact from those chemicals that were in some of that groundwater. And when that happened, I actually worked for the contractor that took people off of their wells and hooked them onto domestic water, primarily from 72nd Avenue south up to the 56th Avenue area. And a lot of those wells were right across the street from Quebec, on the west side of Quebec. So as far as my knowledge, all domestic well users had the option and were switched over to municipal water. There may be a few that denied the connection and kept their wells, but it'll be limited number.
Yeah, a lot of those are going to be in the unincorporated Adams County portion of the city. So west of Colorado, I know in my neighborhood there's some, and you know, that pocket north of 72nd by Monaco area, there's some in there as well.
And most that kept their wells, they got the domestic water off the municipal side. Some people still irrigate their properties with existing wells that were grandfathered for irrigation purposes within the district, but they have to get a permit from South Adams to utilize those wells for irrigation purposes.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Yes, Carolyn, I just really appreciate everything that you've done. I really support Councilmember Noble's suggestions. I wanted to know if you know who would be doing the testing. Would that be Suncor itself, or is that an outside entity? And the reason that I'm concerned about that is because so much of the crude and methane industry, we're going to stop calling it oil and gas, do self-reporting. So that was the only other question that I had, and you may not have the answer to it, but I think that maybe that should be addressed as well.
Typically, it is the responsibility of the permittee to do all of everything that is outlined in the permit is their responsibility. However, they can hire, they can contract out the sampling, they could contract out, and most likely would have to contract out all of the laboratory analyses.
Is there any way we could include that suggestion in the letter?
To have, I'm sorry, what was this?
To outsource the testing so they aren't doing the testing themselves.
I don't know that we could include it in the letter. However, it's really it's up to them what they
Exactly.
decide
I just
to do.
thought that if we suggested it, that they may consider it.
And they do have to meet certain quality control and quality assurance, and whether they do the testing in-house or if they have an outside laboratory do the testing, there are requirements to meet to show that the whoever's doing the analysis, that they're doing it correctly and they're meeting all the QA/QC requirements.
I'm just trying to keep them honest. Thank you.
I understand. So I will put something in the letter. It'll be the second draft, and leave it to you all or whoever signs it to make the final decision. But I will add those all of those suggestions that have been brought up.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Really, really interesting information, very informative. Related to the letter, on page 2, there's a paragraph that talks about the residents of Commerce City that live near Suncor are particularly affected and denied basic rights due to lack of regulatory and permitting enforcement processes. And then it goes on to reference a group called Mapping for Environmental Justice, and then there's an impact score associated where the claim is that Commerce City residents are 96 to 99% more affected than other Colorado communities. And I took a minute to look at the map that you're referencing. I'm wondering if somebody on staff could pull that up so we could have a look at it. What I want to point out is that the entire metro area is affected almost the same as Commerce City. And what we're referencing is lots and lots of rural Colorado on the western slope and the eastern plains that make up that other percentage. And so I think it's a really skewed statement to say that Suncor is directly affecting Commerce City residents in a disproportionate way when majority of the population in the metro area is affected similarly. And where you see spots of lighter impact, the map is kind of colored green to orange. There's a few spots of green throughout the metro area that are less impact. And the only difference I can spot there, because you can drill down and see what the environmental impact is. The environmental impact is the same across the metro for the most part. The only difference is whether or not those people have a high school education or are people of color. It's personal characteristics, not environmental impact. And so I just think that's important to point out when we're drafting a letter like this and really pointing the finger at a particular company in a particular industry. Apparently they're having an impact on the entire metro area and Front Range, not just Commerce City. Or are there other environmental factors that are playing into that and we're wrongly pointing the finger directly at Suncor?
Okay. I appreciate that comment. I can take out the Suncor refinery reference if that would help. Would that take care of the concern, or?
I think that you're misrepresenting the data by suggesting that Commerce City is affected almost 99% more than the rest of Colorado communities when you look at the entire Front Range being almost equally affected by environmental factors.
The score is it's a burden of environmental pollution. And it does include multiple different metrics associated with which communities are more impacted. and it's an environmental justice. It's to identify those communities that are more burdened by environmental pollution compared to other communities.
I understand. I've looked at the map and I've dug down into the data, and my point is the environmental burden is the same to all people living in the Front Range. I'm not sure how being a different color makes the chemical or air quality or water quality impact different to people. So I just think it's a misrepresentation in the letter to point specifically to Commerce City as being that much more or disproportionately impacted by the environment than the rest of the metro area.
I can delete that paragraph altogether.
I mean, if you
Or
look at
I
the
can-
map, there is differences within the metro, even though it shows the same color, so.
There are, but that's why I'm asking if we can look at it collectively as a group. I don't know if anyone else took an opportunity to look at the map and drill
I
down
mean, I think
in.
it just highlights what happens in our community. I mean, if you see it firsthand, right? You don't have to go far to see the smokestacks and see everything else, see the trucks, and I don't know if you can attribute it all to Suncor, but the impacts are definitely real. And so I don't know if you want to take the whole thing out, maybe take out the reference to Suncor being the only contributor, because as we know, that's not the case. There's plenty of other people that contribute to the environmental impacts, but the impacts are real.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Councilmember Madera. What I'm suggesting is the numbers are highly skewed if you look at the map, because the metro area is equally affected if you dig down into the data.
That's why I say it's not equal. If
It's
you click on
equal
it,
if you take out personal characteristics. If you look at just the data related to chemical impacts, air, water quality impacts, those are fairly consistent across the entire Front Range.
I mean, the score changes, just going a few miles over, so, and changes significantly.
It changes because of the ratio of race and education, not because of the pollutants, is my point.
But
The
yeah,
score is
and that's
based
not
on a
true, though.
combination of those two things.
There's a pollution burden that's significantly higher. So if you look at, say Sheridan Boulevard and compare that to my neighborhood, the pollution burden is, mid-90s, and you click on Sheridan and the pollution burden is 68%. So, yes, that is a factor, but to say that it's an equal burden throughout is not accurate.
Would you agree, though, that 96 to 99% is probably an unfair assessment of the larger statewide data? We were comparing it to huge masses of land that don't have any people living on them, right? So the percentages are just skewed. Everybody in the Front Range is affected by pollution or water quality issues. We're looking at, can we get the map up to look at it, please? Can anybody pull that up?
I can pull it up.
I just want to show and make the point that the entire metro area is covered with orange. And the pockets, there are some pockets that are less, that is true, but the entire state, if you look at it, which is what that justice score is based on, the percentage based on the entire state. I don't think it's fair to say that Commerce City is 99% more affected than other communities in the Front Range.
Okay, so I guess the question becomes, I can take out the reference to the Suncor refinery and try to address your concerns, or I can remove the entire paragraph. The only reason I used this mapping for environmental justice is because it was actually referenced in the Environmental Justice Act as part of the supporting information for writing that House bill and putting it into law. So I felt that it was a reasonable to use that map, but if it's of concern, can certainly remove it.
I've said my piece. I'm interested to hear other feedback from council members. I don't particularly like that paragraph.
Councilmember Noel.
I'm moving from precinct to precinct on this map on a census tract basis, and it's well over 88% on pollution burden throughout South Commerce City. So if you just write it in such a way that it refers to what the map shows for Commerce City, I think you would be fine. The location, you're merely saying that for communities living in the shadow of the Suncor refinery, it doesn't say it's their fault. It says living in the shadow. So I would only make a minor change. I would not eliminate paragraphs. That wouldn't be necessary.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. This letter's for Commerce City, not for the Front Range. So I would say change the map to represent Commerce City residents, because I just feel most of those people living in that area are people of color. I'm just going to say that, and make the numbers talk about Commerce City. So it should reflect Commerce City residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I'm for leaving it in. I think unless we can find a better metric, you know, it describes, it is what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, our purpose is to make this letter stronger, not weaker. And, you know, this highlights, you know, what our communities struggle with. And, you know, a lot of it, from what I'm seeing in the calculation, is the pollution burden, and the population characteristics also plays a part in that. But unless you know of another metric that's better, I would say leave it in.
I would challenge our consultants and staff to find other metrics for comparative reasons. Let's see if it's accurate across other sources. And then I did have a question related to this map as far as the wildlife refuge goes. Is there just not data available because it's federal land, or is it a pocket of unaffected air? Their pollution burden is significantly lower than the adjacent Commerce City neighborhoods.
I think maybe it's because there aren't any communities. Are you talking about the Rocky Mountain Arsenal area?
Yeah, the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, and I understand there's no population characteristics, no one lives there, but the pollution burden is 23.86 versus some of the high 90s in the adjacent neighborhood.
No people live there.
But it doesn't change the impact of the pollution. That's my point. There's holes in this data unless there's a
factories
reason.
on the Arsenal.
No. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that?
There's no factories or traffic on the Arsenal.
But so all of the sudden there's no pollution there?
It doesn't say no pollution.
This is 23 versus 99, and then just on the other side of that, that's why I'm asking, is it excluded from this data because it's a federal piece of land.
You don't have diesels without any emissions driving on there. You don't have a refinery on there. You don't have, you know, everything else that we have on there.
The airport
You have the
takes
third
off
busiest airport
directly
in the
over top
country.
of it.
Yeah.
The airport's miles from it.
Not
All
really,
right.
it's not.
Let me interject here for a second. When does this letter have to be turned in, if it is turned in?
The due date is February 12th.
February 12th, thank you. We have a council meeting on February 7th. Is it too much to ask to go back and research these points on both sides of the equation and come back and present to us on February 7th what you found so that we can determine what the final letter is going to be whenever it gets voted on February 7th and then hopefully submitted to CDPHE?
Absolutely.
All right. I think going back and forth at this juncture really isn't going to help us. I think the best thing is to let the experts go off and find that data for us and present to us a complete letter. And right now we're just kind of spinning our wheels. So if you guys will indulge us, we can move on to the next presentation after thanking our consultants and our staff for their work that they've done on this. And look forward to an update on February 7th.
One quick question, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Who do you want as signatories to the letter? Right now it shows me, but it certainly does not need to be me, so.
All council members.
You know, I think that it makes a better statement if it has all of our signatures on it as opposed to just one. But ultimately, it is up to the city council to decide who it is that's going to sign that, be it the city manager, myself, or if you all want your signature on it. That'll be up to you guys to decide February 7th. And I think wait until you see what the final letter looks like before you decide whether or not you want to put your signature on it, or you want mine on it, or you want the city managers on it. Sound good?
May I say one thing, please? This map is environmental justice map. It is cumulative environmental justice impact. That's what the burden is referring to. That's all I want to say.
Go ahead.
I fully understand that, Councilmember Noble. My point is, people are people are people, and environmental impacts in the air or water are important to everyone.
Okay. Again, thank you very much, staff and consultants, for all the work that you've put into this. Look forward to seeing the final, or at least a more progressed version on February 7th.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us.
Great. All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Have a good night.
We are going to go back and address the presentation that I missed, which will be Homelessness and American Rescue Plan Act updates. I apologize for the mistake on my part in reading which was next. I think it was wishful thinking for hoping that we were one further along.
Wonderful. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. It looks like we are just waiting on one more member of our presenting team to join in. Dylan, can you confirm that Sarah Notman is able to join as well?
Trenton, I do not see Sarah in the meeting. Oh, I see her. Yep, she's in.
Wonderful, thank you. And we are just extra prepared now. Today we'll be discussing our updates around homelessness in the community and our ARPA funds. So the purpose of today's presentation is to provide an update of current homelessness efforts in our community, some collaborations and upcoming projects related therein. We'll also provide an update on the American Rescue Plan and its related projects. Then we'll also discuss the Adams County Municipal Memorandum of Understanding on homelessness. Our presenters will be Sarah Notman, our Community Navigator for Homeless Outreach, myself, Trenton Robinson, Management Analyst, as well as Jim Tolbert, our Director of Community Development. I'd like to hand it over to Sarah Notman, our Community Navigator for Homeless Outreach, to handle the first section.
Thank you, Trent, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us
giving us this opportunity to present tonight. I appreciate it. As Trenton said, my name is Sarah Knockman. I am the Community Navigator and Homeless Outreach position with the city. I will be providing a quick update on homelessness efforts. Next slide, please. All right, so my position came on early April of last year. I was able to present to council a few months later in July. In my presentation previously, I was able to list collaborations and partnerships, which is to the left. Those partnerships and collaborations are still ongoing. I just wanted to reiterate them here. On the right column, I wanted to list new collaborations and partnerships since fall of 2021. I have City of Denver, the Adams 14 Homelessness Liaison, Showers for All, the Yahweh Health Clinic, and Colorado Safe Parking Initiative. Some projects that we are currently working on, I wanted to provide an update. These are the homelessness efforts right now going on in Commerce City. The first one is a Severe Weather Activation Plan, also known as SWAP. It is in partnership with Adams County, Almost Home, and the municipalities. So what it is, it's a motel voucher program. Every time the weather gets severe, we activate. So when the weather is 22 degrees and wet, or 20 degrees and below, we activate. So Almost Home calls all the motels we are partnered with, see how many rooms are available, and from there, they delegate how many vouchers each municipality can have. This allows me to go out in the field and literally find people where they're at and administer vouchers. So the first activation was really late this year due to the weather. So the first activation was November 17th. I was able to administer 34 vouchers, and this prevented 23 nights of motel stays. It allowed 23 nights of motel stays and kept people safe and warm. These numbers are a little bit higher now since making this presentation. Also, this position was awarded a community development block grant. This grant will be utilized for outreach supplies and service-related resources. Also, right now, ongoing, what is about to happen tomorrow is the point in time count. It is a regional surveying of unsheltered homelessness. So Denver Metro and surrounding counties participate in this annual surveying of unsheltered homelessness. I will be coordinating 3 teams early tomorrow on the ground in the snow, finding as many unsheltered folks as we can, surveying them, and also providing warm weather gear. So Access Housing, the new park rangers, and the Yahweh Health Clinic volunteers will be participating. I also wanted to touch base on mobile sanitation services. Access Housing has agreed to host the Showers for All laundry truck on a monthly basis. They're providing their parking lot. We'll be able to provide laundry and showers at least once a month. If all goes well, we're definitely going to upgrade service days. Also, right now, there is a volunteer outreach program. The Yahweh Health Clinic is undertaking CU Med students. Through this volunteer program is allowed me to have at least 2 med student volunteers come out with me twice a week. So the scheduling platform we're using right now allows 1 outreach, non-medical outreach day, and then 1 medical outreach day as well. So 2 outreach days a week, 1 non-med and 1 medical. There's been 21 medical students, 4 medical prescribers, and 2 registered nurses that are fully onboarded and in rotation for the scheduling platform and coming out with me on a weekly basis. The last thing I want to talk about is a safe parking lot. Colorado Safe Parking Initiative is a nonprofit that is a program that they partner with churches in the Denver metro area and allows folks living in their cars to have a safe space. So cars can park overnight. They get case management, sanitation stations, and sometimes meals if the churches are willing to supply them. It varies throughout all the different safe parking lots. But Nativity Lutheran Church here in Commerce City has agreed to partner and open up a 7-car only lot. We're hoping this lot will come available in March. The referrals do come through a screening process. The lot is managed by a site operator. They do get background checks. The cars need to be operable and driving with all their registrations up to date. So those are the resources we are currently working on in Commerce City that I look forward to see through. Next slide, please. I wanted to provide just a quick overview of final 2021 numbers and some successes. And last year I was able to host the first resource event at Stout Street Foundation, one of the partnerships that we have. Also want to give a shout out to all city staff that participated in the Coats for Commerce City Drive. It was a huge success. I still have bins and boxes full of coats that I still utilize during outreach. I was even able to donate 2 big bags of children's coats and warm weather gear for the Adams 14 Homelessness Liaison. The last thing I wanted to end for my presentation is just some quick success stories. They're small, but they make a big impact. I was working with a chronically homeless woman for about 4 months. She was sleeping on the streets in Derby. Her health was significantly declining. She was a vulnerable single woman. I was able to build rapport with her and some trust. And I kept encouraging her to go seek shelter due for her safety and her health. And finally, after some resistance, she agreed, and she has been successfully staying in shelter since early October. Another quick success story that I want to share is I was working with a chronically homeless man for a little over 5 months. He stayed along Sand Creek. He was a very quiet man, kept to himself. He camped out by himself, and he was quiet at first, but eventually he opened up to me and allowed me to assist him with some resources. I was able to get him enrolled in food benefits. I got him a new Colorado ID, got him on some Medicaid. I finally got his ID mailed to the office after much resistance from the DMV. And for over 2 weeks, I wasn't able to find him. I was outreaching him. I didn't even hear from him. So I began to come. I was worried. It was just unusual. But one morning I came to the office and I got a voicemail from his nephew thanking me for all my assistance to his uncle. He wanted to meet me in person. I was able to share the resources ongoing on what he needed to do and how to continue them. And he's now reunited with family, and he moved to Kingsburg with them in November. So I just want to share these small wins that make a big impact, because, you know, this just shows how important this work is. I'm excited to see what Commerce City will do with resources and services come in the future, and I'm excited to be part of that. Thank you. I will pass it now to Trenton Robinson, who will be talking about the American Rescue Plan update.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sarah. In my brief time here, Sarah has been one of the best public servants I've worked with. We're honored to have her on our team. Nice to finally meet many of you in person. My name is Trenton Robinson. I'm a new management analyst with the City Manager's Office. Today, I'm going to be discussing an update around the American Rescue Plan Act. So first, I'd like to begin by giving an overview and a review of the state and local fiscal recovery funds. Through these funds, the city is eligible to receive approximately $10.5 million as part of the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. It's issued in 2 equal tranches of approximately $5.25 million each. The first tranche was received last summer, and it was transferred to city funds as revenue replacement. To receive the second tranche in mid-2022, the city must spend or at least attribute the entirety of the first tranche through any of the ARPA allowable use categories. The Department of the Treasury issued its final rule on said allowable use categories on January 6, 2022. Staff has been working with the Treasury closely and identified a number of options that would likely qualify as allowable uses under the Promoting Long-Term Housing Security in the final rule. Previous direction from Council was given last July 2021 to act boldly with the funds to address and end homelessness in Commerce City. A particular emphasis was placed on providing individuals job training, addiction counseling, and other wraparound services to end chronic homelessness. The decision to address homelessness with a large portion of the SLFRF funds was made after Council worked closely with staff on identifying a number of priorities that could fall under the ARPA allowable uses. Staff has since worked on identifying projects and programs for which we could utilize the funds to address homelessness. For addressing homelessness in Commerce City, the project will take 2 separate components, both the project and the program. The project will likely be a physical space purchased, constructed, or renovated by the city. It provides temporary or permanent housing and emergency shelter opportunities. We're currently exploring a number of opportunities, including pallet shelters, transitional housing, and permanent supportive housing. We are looking at a central location to provide services and private offices and common spaces, likely in the vein of a navigation center. I also want to emphasize that the SLFRF funding alone will likely not be enough to fund a brick and mortar facility altogether. It will require partnerships with the private sector, with the nonprofit agencies, and with other municipalities to complete the capital stack. The other component of the SLFRF funds will be a program, which will be that network of wraparound services that can utilize the project space. Working closely with Sarah and other staff members, we've identified key services as part of this wraparound services will include job training, case management, washrooms, medical and addiction services, and animal-friendly spaces. Obviously, with programming, there's less upfront costs, but will require ongoing staffing and maintenance costs. Just like with the project, the SLFRF funding alone will not be enough for the programming. This will require partnerships with nonprofits and other government entities to support the effort. Understanding that as a priority and understanding that homelessness cannot be solved or addressed by any one municipality or county, staff has worked closely with the Adams County Housing and Homelessness Municipal Working Group to coordinate homeless response efforts across the county. The working group has created an MOU, which affirms each municipality's and the county's commitment to collaboration on homelessness. The MOU will be presented to council for review in late Q1 2022. There will be no financial commitment from the city as part of the MOU. Director Tolbert will be discussing this further, and we can send out the MOU at your request after the meeting. This working group also allows for information resource sharing, which is critical for addressing homelessness in a complete way. It will also allow projects to be more efficient by decreasing the duplication of services. Also, the Adams County Commissioners are planning what they're calling a road show for Adams County Municipal Council members, including yourselves, as part of this homelessness effort that they're currently scheduling for late February 2022. In terms of next steps for our ARPA funds, we are completing a mapping project to help identify best locations for the Navigation Center and other temporary housing and shelter options. Once the map is complete, staff will conduct cost analyses on these potential locations. Like I had mentioned earlier, the first tranche must be completely attributed by summer 2022. Right now it's being used as general revenue replacement, but it can also be used for capital improvement and construction according to the final rule. Once that first tranche is attributed, staff will immediately apply for the second tranche. Another great opportunity in the next steps regards these pallet shelters. Staff was approached unsolicited by Adams County to identify potential locations in Commerce City for a small set of what are called pallet shelters, around 4 to 8 of them. As you can see, these pallet shelters are small shelters that provide very basic necessities, including bedding, HVAC, security, and other safety precautions. Current discussions involve Adams County or their nonprofit partners staffing and maintaining the location, whereas the city would only be responsible for providing the location. We're right now using that same mapping project and coordinating with community development, GIS, and our community navigator on identifying locations. Once locations are identified and evaluated, staff will return to council with recommendations for where to put this proof of concept for pallet shelters. I'd now like to hand it over to Jim Tolbert, our Director of Community Development, to go over the Municipal Memorandum of Understanding.
Thank you, Trenton. Just to build a little bit on what Trenton said about the working group that we've got with Adams County. Trenton, if we could, there you go. We are working and have been working on an MOU for how we can work together on homelessness. This was created through the Adams County Housing and Homelessness Municipal Working Group. The communities you can see listed here that have been working together to try to create this. And again, as Trenton emphasized, signing this agreement will not require any fiscal contribution at this time. And the intent is to bring that to you later in this first quarter for your review. The purpose of it is to strengthen our regional coordination and improve outcomes for people experiencing homelessness or that are at risk for homelessness. Our goals are to have shared data, identify areas of opportunity, develop a single navigation and entry system, identify funding sources, and identify possible development partners. The outcomes that we've identified are more collaboration between the local governments, making homelessness a rare, brief, and one-time experience, improved service provision and infrastructure, and increased housing opportunities. But overall, just better cooperation so that we all know what each other are doing, we're not duplicating services, and we're trying to be as efficient as possible.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jim. That concludes our presentation. Staff is available to answer and respond to any comments from council. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for the presentations tonight and what you're doing for the city. Just to clarify, though, what is MOU?
Thank you for that question, Mayor Pro Tem. MOU is a memorandum of understanding. It's an agreement between two parties,
Okay,
two or more parties.
Okay, thank you. And then in the presentation, I didn't see anything addressing areas of high traffic area where they stand. I'm aware that the city and county of Denver has signs for the safety of those that stand in high traffic areas, and it states where they cannot stand due to one potentially getting hit by a car. So I was just curious, has staff looked into, can we get those similar type of signs, or explore, what would have to be done to get some signs in Commerce City as well for where there's a lot of traffic, like particularly on East 60th Avenue and Highway 2 and 56th and Quebec. I didn't see that in the report, so can that be explored? Do you guys know how, if it's possible, we can get those same signs to avoid one potentially getting hit by a car?
If I may chime in on this one, it's kind of a little bit of different topic than was being presented, but actually with some other recent developments in the law and the things that we were trying to do previously with regard to persons in the right of way along the roads, I would not be surprised if you actually see something that's actually going to go in the opposite direction of what you're looking for. And we might need to be taking some action to repeal some previous ordinances we had to try to impact where people are standing where they can stand.
Okay. So then just to clarify, Matt, what presentation or when would that fall under, just so I can make sure I bring it up again or it's addressed?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question. I do anticipate, though, that at some point in the very near future, we'll be coming to you with potentially repealing an ordinance that was passed a couple years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much for this presentation. It's very exciting to see where we're headed. And Trent and Jim, you're new, but Sarah made a presentation to us last summer, and without her presentation, we wouldn't be where we are today. I'm certain of that. She definitely excited the City Council about the potential that we have, so I'm very appreciative of what she brought to us last year in terms of looking at the issue and the work that she's accomplished since then. I wanted to bring up one other thing, and the possibility of including something in particular for seniors, for older Commerce City residents or unhoused residents, that when rents go up, many of these seniors on fixed incomes are forced out of their homes. And it would be wonderful if the location that you are establishing to help people navigate would have something there for seniors to get out of the weather or just be inside all day long, whether a pool table or something, some sort of room for seniors, because we may find them forced out of their homes more than we would like to even think about at this point. So anything we can do in this application to also include seniors would be really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. That has not been something that has been on our radar, but you made an excellent point. Navigation centers by their nature are low barriers to entry, so we can absolutely make sure that is a point of emphasis as we further explore this. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. Sarah, Trenton, and Jim, thank you so much for this presentation. It's a start. This has been a passion of mine for a very long time. I was on Mayor Hickenlooper's homelessness task force, and I believe it was called the Road Home or something like that, and I've been involved throughout the years. I participated in a point-in-time study as well with Community Reach, and so this is something that is very dear to my heart. My husband was a strike captain for when Kings was on strike, and he was out overnight, several nights. And when he came home in the morning, it was like he kept saying that he kept thinking about the homeless all night long. How horrible that must be to have to sleep unsheltered night after night and not seeing an end in sight. I know of 2 people who work at King's. They're the working poor, and one of them lives in his car, and the other one couch surfs, but they can't afford to find any place to live. And the one gentleman who lives out of his van, he's lived out of his van for years. He's full-time at King Soopers. Something has got to be done. There has to be some kind of recognition that there is so much inequity in our culture. And we have to face the reality of this and do something about it. The gentleman who lives in his van, he applied 3 times to get into an apartment across the street on 104th and has been denied all 3 times. This isn't right. And so not only, this is a start, but we've got to reach out to the landlords and the employers to make sure that we stop this epidemic, and it's a nationwide epidemic. We cannot afford to ignore what is causing this anymore. So I really appreciate your work on this, and thank you for bringing it tonight. I know it's late, but this is a really important issue, and please reach out to me because I would like to be involved as much as possible. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, thank you. Again, thank you for the presentation. Sarah, I'm completely impressed with the work that you've gotten done since you've been hired on at the city, and I appreciate your efforts and all those that support her, including the medical students that are coming out and volunteering their time and giving back to a community that may not even be theirs. And so, first of all, I want to say thank you to that. I really like some of the aspects of the program that you're proposing, because we do hear, I've read several times that there's enough beds in the Denver Metro to house all the homeless, but it's the parameters in which they set to get into those beds. Can't be a couple, can't have your dog, can't be high, can't be drunk or drinking. And I'm not suggesting that some of those parameters aren't for good reason, but it sounds like we are taking into account some of those. Pet friendly, I saw, was one of the key things that I saw. And it's like, look, if I was in a situation I'd want that companionship and just being, I wouldn't leave it either. I would find a way to ensure that that had my animal with me. And so I appreciate us taking a look at all of the factors and kind of trying to make a program that's blending that. When you talked about the parking lot, the additional efforts that go into that parking lot make it feel a lot different than its title says. And so so I can appreciate all of that. One thing that I would like us to look into, and I'm spitballing here, so I apologize if this is not something in our lane, but I think there's some really good programs around the country that I've seen either through news reports or read about that offer work. And it's kind of a variable hour work, if you will. Pretty sure everywhere I look, people are looking to hire, and jobs that really could be foundational. And I know in my work for the state, when I'm working for CDOT, I know that maybe we're not doing the same thing with the homeless population, but we've had an incredible amount of success with those folks that are transitioning back into our population from the prison system and giving them a foundational start to get back into our society in a meaningful way, and give them a good start towards their future would be huge. And I think it could really, if we found a way to do that successfully, I think it could really set a path for some folks in our community towards getting back on their feet or having options at the very least. And so again, just an idea. I think the work you guys have done so far is very great. Looking forward to seeing the follow-up presentations in the future, but just wanted to show my appreciation.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sarah and Jim and Trenton, for the presentation. Sarah, I'm so happy to see you back here again presenting with us tonight. And your presentation, I think, really struck a chord with so many of us last July, and really encouraged about your progress over the last 3/4 of a year. I have a question about one of your slides, slide number 5, where you talk about the safe parking lot program, or I'm not certain exactly what to call it, but is that already something that's in place? Is that something that is potentially happening? And how is that managed? How is there someone there overnight to make sure only the people who are permitted to park there are parking there, and that it doesn't become something that it's not intended to be?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your question. That is a great question. So right now, I actually wanted to be prepared for these questions in particular. Colorado Safe Parking Initiative right now has 6 parking lots in Denver metro area. They partner with a nonprofit and has funding specific to make sure the site operator checks in at least twice a day. So whether it's when they open up at night to let the cars in and then let them out in the morning. So each parking lot has been different from what I've seen. Is we can fence it off and designate it with tarp to make it private and discreet. And then I also do know that some parking lots, they request like law enforcement just to make drive-bys, just to have a presence, do a quick stop, make sure everything's good. But the site operator is the one that manages the lots, make sure people are only there that need to be there, and you do need a permit in order to access that lot. So we are in discussion with the church, the council members of the church, and then soon we would like to reach out to the community to make sure everyone's on the same page and have everyone's blessing.
Thank you for that. I'm also curious how that works in terms of the ability to redesignate a parking lot for a different use after it's initially permitted for maybe daytime use, or how does that work? Is the church able to kind of unilaterally make that decision to start a program like this?
Yeah, so before when we were approached with this and was looking to open a safe parking lot, we definitely reached out to all the right departments we needed to talk to see if there was any permits or ordinances. And there wasn't, because this church is privately owned. So the church gets to basically choose as they would like for their parking lot.
Thank you.
And yeah,
Thank you for that. And then last question. I know you're saying there will be case management provided. Does that indicate that the goal is to help folks in these situations get out of living in their cars and maybe connected with the county, because there are so many resources to help house people? It seems, I just don't want this to be an opportunity to perpetuate homelessness, but rather to help people get connected to resources and get out of homelessness.
Yes, one of Colorado Safe Parking Initiative, their main goal creating this program is they understand that sleeping in your car is kind of the last step before you really get into homelessness deeply. So they want to kind of intervene at this point by providing that case management. So working on housing applications, they do that. They have a strict referral process. They like to see people are working that stay in these safe parking lots, because you can only park overnight and you are asked to leave in the morning. So this program is put in place to intervene at that sweet spot right before folks really get deep into homelessness. And that's what the case management is aimed towards.
I have a couple more questions actually now. I think you identified the number of churches that are doing a program like this. Can you remind me what that is?
That have the safe parking lots.
Yes.
So I don't know the exact churches, but Longmont, Broomfield, Arvada, Golden, Denver, and Aurora all have a safe parking lot.
Are there communities that are denying these types of applications, or are most communities receptive to this type of program?
Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to speak on that because I'm not quite sure. Talking with Colorado Safe Park Initiative, it seems overall accepted from the community, and I think it's just finding the right spot to host it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think I actually met with that church as well that was is going to host a safe parking lot, and it seems like an excellent program. You know, people have to apply to get into the program and be permitted to sleep there, and as part of the program, you know, they have to go along with the case management and working towards becoming housed. So I think that was the aspect of it that really impressed me the most, was that you know, it's not just having a parking lot and a place to sleep, but it's all the wraparound services that come with it to help people not need that parking lot to have a place to sleep and actually get into a home. And so I guess, long-winded question, have we talked with any other churches or any other possible partners for the safe parking? Because, you know, as I go through the city every night, there's, you know, cars everywhere with people sleeping in them. There's RVs. I mean, it's definitely a problem, and you know, I think there's a giant need for this.
So I've only approached maybe one or two other churches. When I approach churches, I want to be strategic on location again, because I want to be respectful of the community, surrounding communities of where a potential safe parking lot would go. The one church that I was really set on just said in that moment they weren't available because they were in transition of their pastor. I check in periodically to see how that's going, if they're ready to partner yet, but I definitely could reach out to more churches. It is something I do want to, hopefully, you know, Commerce City will be willing to expand on having more safe parking lots. I think also they kind of want to see how this pilot one will go first before launching a bunch of different ones.
And do they do like outreach with the nearby communities before initiating the parking lot?
Yes, it depends on what the church would like. This Lutheran Nativity did ask that we do some outreach before. So that is something that's currently in progress. We will have one of the main, she's the COO, of Carl Safe Park Initiative, and she will be presenting to the church council. And then from there, they're going to brainstorm of how to reach out to the community. But it varies from what I hear from church to church if they want to do community outreach or not.
Okay, yeah, I just, you know, that's one of my fears is we got a lot of, not in my backyard.
Definitely.
Situation where everyone wants to help until, you know, it gets close to them. So, yeah, thank you for all the work that you've been doing. Definitely noticed the difference since you came on with the city, and you know, it's definitely a valuable service to, you know, those who need it, and we're very grateful to have you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments regarding this presentation? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you all for your time this evening. Thank you for the work you're doing, and especially this is just near and dear to, I think, everybody's heart that serves on this council, and so I appreciate all the hard work that you're doing to make a difference in the community, and the resources that you've been able to scrounge together that have not had a financial impact are huge, and just continue to be a force multiplier. So thank you for everything you're doing. Okay, my apologies to Mr. Espinoza and all the residents of Buffalo Highlands Park, but we are finally to the last presentation of the evening. Sorry it is so late. I would like to invite Mr. Tinklenberg to make the presentation, but he has stepped out, so Mr. Tolbert and Mr. Rogers will turn it over to the two of you to run it as you see fit.
Thank you, Mayor. Evening, Council. Tonight's general conversation is in regards to the Buffalo Highlands Park information issues brief that was shared with City Council, I would say a week or two ago. That represented a comprehensive set of materials and information from the beginning of that development to present day and next steps as it relates to staff's initiatives and actions as it relates to land development code and other matters in and around master plan updates pertaining to public parks. Today's conversation that we would like to have with the full body of council is as follows. The amount of information that's been provided to you is based on a level of due diligence and research by the community development staff in association with PRG, Parks, Rec, and Golf staff. And so to that, we had received follow-on questions from a member of council in relation to that information/issues brief that would require additional level of due diligence and work beyond what's been our standard research practice. So we wanted to bring these questions, raise them with you all as members of council as to one, would you like for staff to conduct additional research and due diligence to address the questions that were raised and attached to the item tonight? So how much time would you like for us to devote on this matter? I would like to share in the preparation of that document attached, the brief that took staff approximately 2.5 weeks to be able to pull that together, given the variety of different agreements, the complexities and the review of information to make sure that we were providing you with the appropriate information to be able to make informed questions, thoughts, and or decisions. And then so forth. If you did elect for staff to conduct additional research, at what time would you like us to be able to bring back to you this presentation in greater detail in regards to those questions that have been asked by the council member and or any additional potential questions that would be asked tonight? And with that, I'll turn it over to general questions that the council may have for us as staff.
Council Member Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huesman. We can't kick the can down the road on this issue. I am appalled by what has transpired here. I received the 65-page or whatever it was. It looks like it changed numbers at one point. Page presentation. And I actually spent the better part of the previous weekend and then a lot of this whole week just going through and dissecting to see how this happened. It was also, it made the papers. And there was a meeting with one of the staff members from community development, and the takeaway from the citizens was that they were being dismissed and that there was nothing that could be done. It is our obligation to serve our residents and not to brush them off and say there's nothing that can be done. There is a resolution to every problem. I can tell you that in dissecting this presentation that was sent out, it appears that the reason that the developer was allowed to shift gears and to put properties to sell on the land that had been designated to a park was because the plat in the filing number 1 was never recorded, and this was done at the request of the developer. How did that happen? That was in 2013. How in the world does a developer have that much power to make a request and then the city obliges? I see where the citizens have done their homework, going into the land development code, the purposes. We are not following our own purposes of the land development code as it currently stands. I don't know if you, sir, were misquoted in the article that came out, but it was said that you brought this issue to City Council. To me, that is a lack of respect for the citizen who actually brought it forward and very misleading. We have to make this right. And again, I don't want to kick the can down the road. So, you know, I had all these emails from citizens, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to respond to them, and that's not me. That's not me. I am a public servant. That's what I was elected to do. And I didn't know how to respond to them because I didn't respond to them out of respect for the staff. But we have to do something. We have to figure it out. At the end of this presentation, it was like, well, too bad, too sad. We followed the rules, and yeah, we might have found some loopholes. But at the end of the day, we have to serve our residents. I am seeing development out of control. There was supposed to be an upcoming hearing on a plat, but then I see that the developer has already staked everything out. What does that say? That they believe that that they can just go ahead? They're obviously paying people to do that. How does that work? I don't understand it. So that's all I have to say on this. I have so many questions on it. But we can't continue to have this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. It may be that we had staff provide too much information. So let me boil it down so that it's fairly clear. The PUD was approved in 2004. Let me repeat that. The PUD was approved in 2004. In that agreement, the location of the park was set. And that is the location that is currently proposed as well. In other words, it has not changed since 2004. That moved the park out of the middle of this particular development, Buffalo Highlands, moved it into the adjoining development. 2004 was before the current land use code was adopted. That was adopted in 2009. So the current rules were not in place at the time when the PUD was adopted back in 2004. In 2011, there was an agreement that dealt with some of the financing issues. It dealt with park fees. It dealt with design of the 96th Avenue Bridge. The 2013 agreement was entered into with the Buffalo Highlands Metropolitan District. The previous agreements predated any metro district being formed. And that agreement in 2013 dealt with the design of the 96th Avenue Bridge, construction of 2 lanes of 96th Avenue. It reaffirmed the cleanup of Parcel K, which was being dedicated to the city, and it provided funding for the bridge, the road, and Parcel K cleanup by using escrowed park fees and a loan from the city to the district. The district, pardon me, subsequently repaid that loan. And so the reference to it changing, it did not change from the 2004 agreement. And so when salespeople promised a park, I don't know what motivated them. I don't know what they were thinking they were relying on, but it was totally inaccurate. The park is in the adjoining development. Mr. Rogers, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, City Manager Tinklerberg. I think just the one thing I'd like to be able to expound on, and Roger is discussing the nature of public parks and the provision of such. What I'd like to be able to hit on, and I think it's to create a foundational basis for all as it relates to private parks. In our land development code, we do not have a provision that mandates the delivery of private parks. We have provisions that allow for the developer to either select open space or a private park. You had raised, ma'am, the question as it relates to how could the developer in an initial filing demonstrate and show a private park and ultimately then make the adjustment and or modification to that plat to show open space. It is the requirement, it is the duty of the developer at such time after a plat has been approved, to record it with the Adams County County Recorder's Office to affirm the creation of those lots. In this event, and as I assume, is that the plat was never recorded by the developer at such time, which then the approval of such period then lapsed, given that no recordation occurred. I'll even go as far as to share is that even if a plat is recorded, it does not prevent a developer from replatting the property and wanting to propose any revisions to lots or any required proposed amenities such as private park or open space. I think to Mr. Tinklenberg's comments, it's unfortunate what message may have been communicated to our residents that may not have been an accurate reflection of the approvals and or what was to be delivered by either the developer or the home builder. So that is also in part and parcel of also encouraging our residents to contact us as staff to be able to receive accurate and timely information so that we can help them make an informed decision. I'd be remiss to say that this happens, I would say, on a frequent basis with respect to the communication of what is to be delivered in a community and what is not, or what is to occur in and around the community. So as unfortunate as it is, you know, with respect to the information that's been provided from a legal standard of what they've been able to meet as the minimum requirement under our land development code, they have met the letter of the law. As we've noted, while they met the letter, they did not necessarily maybe meet the spirit or the intent of what you may find as traditional homeowners association, park space, or other amenities to meet a variety of needs of various residents and populations within those developments. So what we are doing and the steps that we are taking is looking at our provisions so that we can be more specific and more, I would call it, design and dimensionally focused to ensure that we are providing a variety of experiences within future communities and developments so that, right, there is that traditional sense of being able to meet a variety of needs. But I think to be clear, and so that we have that foundational basis, is that our provisions currently do not have a mandate as it relates to private park dimensions, to the basic, I'll say, programming outside of typical features that you might find. It allows for that flexibility. That is something that we can correct. That is something that we can address as it relates to those standards.
Before I turn it over to the next two speakers, can you help me out? I'm a little bit slow on the uptake here. This neighborhood was platted. There was a parcel that was set to be a park, and that was approved in 2004. Is that right?
Are you speaking to the public park, sir?
Yes.
Yes, that would be the public park location.
Okay. Several years passed, and that parcel that was going to be a park was platted to have 5 homes on it, correct?
I think what you're speaking to is the private park that may have been under an initial filing in 2015.
Okay, so an initial filing in 2015 that was approved said this track right here is going to be a beautiful green park. That was approved. Somebody came along afterwards and decided instead of it being a park, let's build 5 houses here. The city had to approve those 5 homes being platted on that parcel. When did that take place?
I'm looking up that, so bear with me for a second. That filing number 3 that was platted and approved occurred in 2016, sir.
In 2016, okay.
Yes, sir.
How was that approved?
That was approved administratively, sir.
Administratively, okay. And at the time that that was approved, what was the basis, what was the rationale to say, yeah, build 5 more homes instead of leaving it a park, as a community should have a park? And you weren't here, so I can't really, and neither was Mr. Tolbert and Mr.
Yeah.
Tinklenberg. You may know the answer, but I'm just trying to understand. It gets laid out. People begin buying homes. They see the plat that's out there. One of the things that we're recommending, and you were quoted as saying, is go ask the city prior to trusting what a developer tells you is going to happen. But nothing says the city's not going to come back a year and a half later and change what was there. I mean, I'm just struggling to understand, what was the rationale to say, okay, you don't have to build that park, you're allowed to build 5 more homes, you're allowed to profit off those 5 more homes. Was that approval done at the same time that the loan was made to the Metro District to do 96th Avenue? Was it tied together? Okay, okay.
Totally unrelated.
So, okay, good. Glad to hear that.
So to your question, Mayor, as it relates to the rationale, in 2016, our land development code was adopted and in place. So bear with me since I don't have the comment letters and the corresponding approval letter, but I think it's a safe assumption that for any approval to occur, it has to be able to ensure that it has met the 9 criteria for approval. So in that stated aspect, it would have had to have demonstrated compliance with the various standards and regulations, which still at that time allowed for the developer, or at that time, if it was a plat being prepared by the home builder, for the delivery of private parks or open space. So taking a step back, the initial filing in 2015, because there were 3 filings in total for filing 1. In 2015 for filing 1 is when that initial private park that was centrally located in which 5 lots were ultimately built on was approved, not recorded. A second filing was submitted by the developer or home builder, which showed the removal of that park. Once again, in the offset of that, they would have had to have demonstrated that they were still complying with the overall 3% of usable land for the use of the development at the time of its build out. That second filing that showed that 5 lots was also approved, however, not recorded. Ultimately leading us to the third plat in question that exists as approved and recorded with the county and is under construction or nearly built out as we speak. But any approval, plat, new plat, or plat amendment is required to still demonstrate that they have met the minimum standard established by the Land Development Code, whether it be private open space or it be a private park.
Okay.
So I would have safely assumed that they had to demonstrate that they had met the open space provision in lieu of that park, or through a combination of open space and private parks at that time to make that determination for a recommendation of approval. And then ultimately for it to be administratively approved, sir.
Okay, help me out with timing a little bit. 2015 approval, 2016 change. In between the initial approval and the change, could somebody have purchased and moved into a home?
No, sir, because the plat was never recorded, so the lots never existed. So there would have been no fee simple transaction of, let's say, lot 1 of filing 1 to Mr. and Mrs. X, because in 2015, while the plat was approved, it was never recorded, so it never demonstrated the actual creation of said lot. Similarly, for that second, I'll call it amendment to a plat, or that I'll say filing number 1, part 2 was approved, but not recorded with the county. And actually, I misspeak. Filing 1, part 2 was actually never approved. So that went away, either just through withdrawal or just denial. We would have to check with our staff to do a little bit more due diligence, see the outcome of that, but it was never approved actually. And until filing 1, part 3, it was approved, recorded, creating the actual individual 150 plus lots for fee simple transaction and transfer to private property owners.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. This whole situation is disappointing overall, but and I looked through the presentation too, and there's so many questions that I have. But first, like it said, the developer or builders has not dedicated enough land for parks. So I know, like Jason, most of you weren't here at that time, but were we able to figure out what city staff was responsible to ensure the development was going to be developed as promised? And what are we doing moving forward so this doesn't happen again?
Yes, ma'am. So I would say as part of the 2013 agreement that spoke to the construction of 96th Avenue, there was a discussion about the dedication of Parcel K, which sits west of the floodplain that was also dedicated. I believe that was Parcel J. Those 2 pieces of land were dedicated in concert and in compliance with our public land dedication for parks in lieu of paying the park fee. So in our land development code, we have 2 different provisions to answer your first question, which allows for the dedication and or a cash in lieu of park fee if a dedication is not requested by the city or required. In this case, they dedicated the necessary land that served as a credit or an offset in having to pay the park in lieu of fee. That did not eliminate or absolve them from doing the private park dedication, private park or open space usable land within their development. And I think that's where my commentation went to. They didn't deliver open space or a park in the traditional sense of what you might find in some of the surrounding communities of a typical HOA park. What we're doing moving forward as part of our land development code, I'll say rewrite or update, is looking at how we can be more specific to the delivery of, I'll say, dimensional standards and or programming of private park space, so that we are thinking about needs across a breadth of our community within a community, that being from our seniors to our families to active to passive. Well, we're going to be a little bit more prescriptive in nature going forward to ensure that we are being able to meet community needs more so than what has occurred in Buffalo Highlands from a private park perspective.
Okay, but that didn't seem to answer my question, because like I said, so we don't know in particular then who was responsible for that. And then you didn't tell me moving forward, is there someone assigned specifically on city staff to make sure this doesn't happen again?
So just so I can be, so I appreciate that, ma'am, just so that I can help kind of lay out, in order for there to be a gatekeeper, the gate in of itself needs to change. As it currently stands, our code allows for a developer today, tomorrow, a month from now, to either go and select open space or private parks and to be able to meet the requirement of our land development code. in order for us to ensure a level of a delivery of a park space, private park space, we've got to change that gate, and that's the land development code. And Jim Tolbert and his team are currently investigating on how to update the code accordingly to address that need, to address that gatekeeping measure. As it relates to, and just to make sure that I understand, who was the staff previously responsible for the efforts of Buffalo Highlands, ma'am? Is that what your question is?
Correct.
As well?
Yes, like once this occurred, why someone at the city level didn't notice it, that this was occurring?
Just to be, so I appreciate that, ma'am. I would say at the city level, and take this for what it is, staff was still operating within the regulatory parameters and the requirements that guide their actions. And I know that may not sound necessarily helpful for the residents, and or I'll say, not to make an excuse, but staff was operating well within their regulatory rights and well with what they could encourage, but what they could not mandate. So I would assume that in the past, what staff was performing was not something that was a mistake or an oversight, as it may be to the general operations around the review of the plat and the review of the amenities. It just so happened to be that at the time of the discussion, there wasn't like I said, a deliberate and a much more thorough and encouraging conversation for the delivery of these traditional park spaces. But at the same time, the provisions didn't enable a mandate or a requirement of such to be delivered. So I would say staff conducted its review and delivered its determination based on the rules of the road that guided their actions and still guide our actions today.
Okay, and then in this presentation, it also said, just curious, if the residents are only going to get open space and additional trails, it says with benches and an adult fitness area, are the developers going to offer any sort of compensation?
Unfortunately, ma'am, I can't speak to that because that would obviously be a matter for the developer and the developer and or the home bidders to make that determination if they feel that additional amenities or compensation would have to occur. That's outside of our purview and what we can control as a city.
And then can expectations be made for parks, or can exceptions be made for parks to be smaller than 3%?
So the 3% is in totality of a development. So in this case, they met 10 acres. But if you were to, for example, on slide 38 of 61 in the packet, the 2015 filing number 1, part 2 plat, you'll find that the various open space / park spaces range from 0.15 acres to an acre. So you can have a space as small as necessary, but still accommodate the other design parameters or features from a passive and active amenity feature that are required by our land development code within that identified open space or park space. So the 3% is really looking across the entirety of that filing, which then applies to the entirety of that development. Within that, you can have scalable versions of that amenity space.
And then I'm just confused because on slide 53, it says 3.26 acres was for a park. But in my ward, some of the parks are less than 1 acre. So could they have gotten a smaller park? Because like example, Rose Hill Grange Park is 1 acre in my ward, and then Veterans Park is 2.6 acres. So could they have gotten a smaller park?
So there's a distinction there, man, because what you're just referencing is public parks, which is different from the private park requirement that this is speaking to.
Okay. So you're saying that they were going to get a private residential park, and I'm referring to public parks.
Right. The condition that's speaking in concern number 1 is speaking to private open space. The parks that you just referenced, ma'am, are public park space, which we define differently through our capital improvement planning programs, and ultimately as well our Prairie Ways action plan that's currently in place that identifies the different type of neighborhood parks and community parks throughout the city.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, I just think it's an unfortunate situation that occurred in that area. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. I think that we need context for this and to rewind a little bit. Let's go back to the beginning where Mr. Tinklenberg said that the PUD in 2004 was approved and the park is at 88th. Yes, that's the public park. The public park was part of the PUD in 2004. However, there was a park that was bisected by Telluride in the Buffalo Highlands neighborhood. There is a map for filing 1 version 1 that shows the park bisected by Telluride. If you go back to the Prairie Parkways plan, you'll see the same park bisected by Telluride and basically in the center between Buffalo Highlands and Second Creek Farms. What's important about what occurred in 2013 when the park suddenly disappeared is that there was an intergovernmental agreement signed also in 2013. And that 2013 agreement between the Metro District developers and the city arranged for the 96th Street Bridge and the rehabilitation of the property that was formerly a speedway. So suddenly the park just disappears. $350,000 in escrow fees, park escrow fees, it's in that category in the IGA, suddenly goes back to the developer. It's not needed anymore. Why isn't that $350,000 needed anymore? Well, apparently the developer was doing a lot of the road work, which is now part of the massive bond that the people who live in Buffalo Highlands are carrying in their Metro District. They helped build 96th Street. I think it would be really helpful for the 2 people who were present when this occurred. So this was March 4th, 2013. The IGA was passed by the City Council unanimously on the consent calendar. Wasn't even a discussion of the City Council. As far as I can tell, that's at least according to the minutes. But there were 2 people present then, and 2 people that may have signed the document. For some reason, the IGA has no signed copy. It's also supposed to be recorded, and there is no recordation shown on the copy that was provided to all of us and that can be found on the website. 2 people were present. One of them was Sean Ford when he was mayor, and he's now a council member, and the other was Roger Tinklenberg, our city manager, and he was finance director at the time, and I'm sure both of them have a much better idea about what occurred in 2013. Now, why that matters, what happened in 2013, isn't because we need to relitigate that, but because we don't want to do that again. We don't want to make that happen again. And if these Buffalo Highlands residents are carrying a far larger burden than any other residential development when it comes to rehabilitating property or putting in new road that is heavily trafficked by trucks. It's a truck route. When in fact, the IGA said that the city was going to distribute the costs of this road among other neighboring other areas that were also going to make use of 96. So it could have been other neighborhoods or whatever the case might be. So I'd really like to hear from Councilmember Ford and from City Manager Tinklenberg as to what happened in 2013 and what we could do to not let that happen again so that the burden doesn't fall on the residents and they lose their amenity that was going to provide for their quality community for a lifetime.
Yeah, I don't have a problem talking about it. It's hard to recall every development that far back. However, I know all the developments have to pay for infrastructure related to access and egress, main roads. Reunion has to pay for 104th. I was the mayor in '04 when the park was there, the public park. I went out of office. I wasn't there for the transaction or situations that happened in 2011 because I wasn't elected until December of 2011 when I took office. In 2013, at the time, we have a staff that says all the obligations have been met for the park's requirements within this development. And apparently, we agreed with the staff. They told us the park requirement had been met. The Land Development Code changed in 2011, and I had 8 other council members. It was passed unanimously, and I believe Mr. Douglas was one of them that was with me on that council. So nobody did anything intentionally to reduce an amenity, and I'm all for doing whatever we need to make that right, whatever this council chooses to do to make that right, if they believe there's a wrong. It's unfortunate that the developer took the 10 acres and split it up into little small parcels that are not as usable as a 10-acre park. And so for that side of it, they may have met the agreement, and the agreement, the Land Development Code still today says they can still do that. And I think that's a problem. And it's never happened before that I know of, where we've had somebody take 10 acres and make it up into little parcels or benches. But I wouldn't want it to happen again. So if that's the case, let's change the Land Development Code and require that it has to be in a block to make sure there's usable space, which was the original intent of requiring the HOAs to have private parks. That can still happen today. I would not want it to happen today. And if this council deems a need to undo or fix what some may consider a wrongdoing, I'm all ears. So, Mr. Tinkleberg?
Thank you, sir. As Councilmember Councilmember Noble pointed out, I was Director of Finance back at that time. My assignment was to take the previous 2 agreements, consolidate the financial aspects as related to Parcel K and 96th Avenue, and work out a loan agreement. So that was my assignment. I don't know what happened in terms of filings that were submitted, changes on filings. That was not part of my purview, so I don't know, when that occurred in 2013, if in fact it did occur in 2013. It was not related to the work that I was assigned to do. So I'm happy to go back to that original agreement and you know, take a look at that. But again, the filing part of it was held in community development. And I think we're on our 5th community development director since then. So I don't have knowledge of what happened when on those filings.
Councilmember Douglas.
All right, then I'm curious, I haven't finished. I would like to see the final recorded document with the signatures and so forth as well. I would like to point out that I first asked about this park in September of 2020 on behalf of a Buffalo Highlands resident. At a recent meeting, the mayor said that he was asked in March of 2021. And then we had another resident who contacted us in December of this year and then appeared before the city council on December 20th. But here's what was written to me and to all the city council, by the way. I asked the question, this was September 9th, 2020. Did Lennar violate its service agreement for Metro District when it decided not to put in a park and told buyers there would be one? And the response was, on 3/4/13, Council passed Resolution 2013-15, which included the attached IGA. The IGA states in 3C1 that the dedication of Parcel K to the city as an open space satisfies the requirement for a park open space for the Metro District as set forth in the LDC. So the linkage was made in the IGA. That's where the park disappeared, was in that IGA that was approved on March 4th, 2013. 100 acres were transferred from Buffalo Highlands to the city between parcels K and parcel J. All of that is open space. There is, but it's attached to the Second Creek Trail. There are trails in Buffalo Highlands, but they don't go anywhere. They appear to be drainage streets. The trails go straight down into a drainage area, and they don't interconnect. You'll walk up a trail and you run into homes. You walk up a trail and you run into homes. They don't connect with each other, which is in violation of our design criteria. So we allowed that kind of stuff now. Even though apparently it is legally okay to put in a pocket park that has a little kiosk, a picnic bench, and some swings and a play set, that constitutes a park, apparently. But it doesn't constitute a park in our design criteria, nor does the open space reflect our design criteria in our land development code. And that is disappointing because that happened later. That did happen later. I think that we do have an obligation to these residents, and we could attach it to the Second Creek Trail. The Second Creek Trail runs out at Buffalo Highlands, and we could certainly put in a decent-sized park for the residents there because of the substantial burdens they're carrying. They have the second highest mills in Commerce City. They're at 70-point-something mills, exceeded only by Reunion, and Reunion has tons of amenities and trails and parks and recreation centers and so forth. Something went very wrong with this development project, and I'm concerned that the same thing will happen with Second Creek Farms, because I don't remember seeing a big park in Second Creek Farms that was going to be part of that Metro District. I don't know what's happening at Settlers Crossing. Do they have a park there? A private park for the residents? I don't think we have a public park planned there. I'm concerned that we have allowed all kinds of development to be happening in North Commerce City that is not the kind of environment that leads to a quality community for a lifetime, and it's not fair to our residents that this was allowed to occur. So I will be coming back with motions. I don't plan to wait the 6 months for a consultant to come and look at our material. I'm going to come back with motions and to vote on in the next month with regards to this situation and future situations in order to ensure that we avoid them.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So I was sent Land Development Code purpose. Commerce City's Land Development Code is designed to promote health, safety, and the general public welfare. This includes avoiding undue concentration of population, conserving property values, encouraging diversity in the land use types, encouraging the most appropriate use of land throughout the city, encouraging urban environments where appropriate, ensuring a logical growth of the various physical elements of the city, improving housing standards, preventing the overcrowding of land, promoting economic development, promoting pleasing aesthetics and minimizing eyesores, promoting safety from fire, panic, and other dangers, providing adequate light and air, reducing congestion in the streets. This is a quote out of the paper from Eloy Espinoza, who brought this to us. We're still kind of waiting. And as we're waiting, the builders continue to build, Espinoza said. It's upsetting to me, and I think the big thing is when we forecast for the future in our area, they just want to build houses and then forget about the people who are living in them. I'm nervous. So we might have 9 criteria to meet, but we've also had this as an obligation. And people are watching, they're seeing how development is unfolding in this city. And as I said before, they're not happy. And I don't think that the direction that we're going in fits what the Land Development Code says it's designed to be. We have to make it right for these people, and we've got to get a handle on what is happening in our city going forward. Thank you.
Okay. Before I call on Councilmember Madera, we are running up on our time limit, so we need to try to make our comments as succinct as possible in order to try to make sure that we don't have to extend a meeting that by ordinance has to end. So Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. I think we need to look at the 9 criteria, first of all. You know, this is outdated. This was obviously initially approved when I was graduating high school, just to give you a little perspective on how long ago this PUD was approved. So, you know, before going and trying to make this right for everybody is, you know, because there's a lot of other future parks that other neighborhoods are waiting for as well. So, you know, to just jump everyone else in line, you know, just take that into consideration. If you're robbing from Peter to pay Paul, you know, it affects other people as well. So I think we need to take a serious look at our land development code so this doesn't happen again. And we really need to talk about it more in depth when it's not 11:30 at night. And I'll just leave it at that.
I have a lot of concerns over statements that continue to be made over and over. One of the biggest things is we continue to talk about we should change the land development code. Whenever we talk about PUDs, we say we should change the land development code. When we talk about what constitutes park space, we say we should change the land development code. It seems like every single meeting we're coming in here saying, yeah, we ought to change the land development code. So where is it? I get it takes time, but all the while that we keep saying we need to do that and we don't do it, more houses continue to get approved that maybe are not in the best interest of this community. Look at the density of houses that are being approved right now. Look at the devastation that took place in Boulder County, and one of the things that is continually talked about is the density of houses contributed to the massive loss. Now, we're not doing reports tonight, but I had spent Tuesday morning doing the area boards meeting and listening to the fire chief of South Adams County talk about the risk of Commerce City experiencing a traumatic event just like that, citing the density of the houses that are being built, as well as some of these open spaces and everything. So we have a lot of things that really need to be looked at in that land development code and really need to be addressed to make sure that the community that is being built is sustainable and is actually going to be that quality community for a lifetime. To include what constitutes a park, to include how are we going to protect ourselves against a natural disaster such as what Boulder County went through. I don't know what took place. 2013, I was just moving here. So I don't know what took place. And quite honestly, at this point in time, going back and trying to figure out what took place doesn't solve the issue. So my question is, how can we make this right? If there's space out there that a park can be built on and we have money in the capital improvement plan funds, then we should start allocating money. And I think that whenever this was brought up in December, I said, at the planning retreat, I hope we can have a conversation about how we make this right in order to go there. But there's so many conflicting stories between, did the city get ahead because we got 9 acres dedicated versus the 3 acres required and this and that? I don't know. And honestly, at 11:30 at night, I don't think that's important, and I don't think that that's going to make a difference. What's going to make a difference is how do we fix it? And fixing it is a two-prong approach of, number one, fixing the wrong that is there, and number two, preventing that wrong from taking place again. And that's going to require changing that land development code. But when is that going to happen? Is that going to be July? Are we going to be sitting back here in December talking about, oh man, we really ought to change the land development code? How long did it take us to change the land development code whenever it came to oil and gas? Are we looking at another 1.5 year process by the time it goes through the entire review thing? All the while, what does the Commerce City look like tomorrow while we sit around waiting for these changes? Has anything been done from the time we announced, oh, we should change the land development code on PUDs and put those triggers in place? Do we have draft regulations ready to go? Are we ready to start having that conversation? Or have we just continued to kick that down and say, when we get around to changing the land development code, we're going to get to that?
If I may, Mayor, is that a question, sir?
It was.
Just to make sure. Oh, yes. So contract has been started, work has begun. Staff has had a kickoff meeting. It's my understanding that within 90 days, you all will have draft regulations before you. I think to your larger point, Mayor, I will not sugarcoat it. It takes time to do a land development code of, and I will say this, there's been a number of items that have been brought up as it relates to the land development code. Once again, our land development code is well over a decade old. Not saying that's a negative, just saying that that is a fact in the environment and what we see as development trends and what we see as development in of itself is very different than what it was in 2009, 2010, and 2011. So when thinking about the level of conversations that we have had, whether it be PUDs, whether it be about school dedication, whether it be about parks, all of these are interrelated and have trickle-down effects in various sections of the land development code that, in my professional opinion, and I'll allow the community development director to weigh in as well, is that as you continue to do things piecemeal, you eventually will miss things because of the lack of a comprehensive approach to that. And right now, we are very much working through piecemeal sections of our land development code and working very tirelessly and quickly to do that, but also have to ensure that we're getting those trickle down effects to ensure that we're not missing anything or something that could create a larger complexity. The reason why I say that is we are looking at how to approach the council in short order about a land development code rewrite of the entire document, and trying to understand cost, understand timing. But the reality is it will take time. It will require community interaction and discussion. It will require introspective review of a number of different both development standards, which you find in zone districts, and performance standards, the type of uses, and holding them to a higher standard above and beyond just what is to be the minimum requirement. To get it right, it takes time. And we want to get it right. Staff wants to get it right. And the best way of doing that is to ensure that we're comprehensively looking at how all of this stacks together. But in short order, you have the PUD and other kind of other incremental or small bites at the apple. But we're ultimately going to want to come before you with that larger bite so that we are really turning ourselves or setting ourselves up for a higher level of sophistication with respect to the land development code and in addressing the development dynamics that will be Commerce City for the next 20 to 30 years. Jim, any thoughts to share?
I just want to echo that, as Jason said, we did have a kickoff meeting. We're looking at a Band-Aid approach to try to stop the things that immediately that are concerning. The lack of triggers for the commercial development, the lack of good definition for mixed use, some of the things that have been allowed as mixed use that probably are not what council anticipated when you approved mixed use, the park issue, the private park in particular. But then we need, we're going to need a much larger approach to look at the whole development code, because we've already identified a number of issues that will cause us the same problem down the road. We also are putting in place, to address an earlier comment, changes to our procedures to make sure that we've got redundant review and not leaving some of the decisions maybe to a junior staff member, but that we're looking and comparing the development plans that come in to the PUDs that were approved and looking at the intent as well as the letter of the law. Because I think we might be able to do a little better job of holding to the intent of the PUD and the intent of the approval, and pushing back some that we might not have done in the past. But we're doing everything we can to correct those as quickly as we can do it.
All right. I'll reserve my comments for another night. Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, and I'll be quick. Thank you. So I just want to voice that I'm in support of listening to options on how we can solve this, because I think that's where we're at now. We can point fingers, and we can definitely point out some of our weaknesses in our dated land development code. And I think what we're seeking is balance. I can tell you one thing that I'll bring to the conversation is the discussion around private parks. And being the president of my metro district, I could tell you right now, if I could do it all over again, it was my choice, we wouldn't have a park in my community. It's an incredibly large financial drag to our metropolitan district overall budget, and we could be in a lot better place in our overall debt. But that's just because nobody uses ours, because it's small. It has playground equipment that maybe tops out at like 4 years old. And everybody goes to reunion parks. I mean, I drive by this park a couple times a day, and maybe I'll see kids waiting for the bus. Maybe I'll see some of the very young kids playing there from time to time. but we tried to put in a covered space with 4 picnic tables. It was going to be over $80,000 for installation of just that. We looked at updating our playground equipment. The lead time was 70 weeks, and well in excess of almost $100,000 for full replacement. Fact of the matter is, we went with an awning system that cost us less than 20 because it just made more financial sense for a long term, and that still was months and months out, and just makes a lot more sense for us to use the open space, which the mayor and I had a quick conversation that our neighborhood likely doesn't have 3% because it incorporates the Second Creek open spaces portion of our 3% as well. And really, what I'm trying to get at is requiring a park or specific type of design sounds good because this is a very emotional discussion. We all want to take care of the constituents that we felt were wronged. But there's long-term side effects to that as well. I just want us to find a balance that makes sense and very clear and upfront in every development that happens of what is going to be there or what the possibilities are. I think there's flexibility in our current code because of the difference in layout and land and things like that that can attribute to a better use of open space in this particular development than it would be a park and so on and so forth. If I, living next to South Lawn, we utilize that park far more than we do our own park that is literally behind our house. And so it's just the amenities that come with it don't always equal the amount of financial cost burden to the entire metro district as a whole. It has to have a certain standard to even be put in place, or the long-term maintenance and redevelopment of that park will continue to be a burden to that neighborhood for the long term. And so all I'm suggesting is that even though this is emotional, we have to find balance that considers all of the neighborhoods that are being built. And I think that's the tough part about having land development code. And the reason that the flexibility has been built into it is because there's different situations. I think this current situation has gone beyond the intent, and that's why we all feel that our constituents were wronged here, and why I think we're all likely to support some type of solution.
Councilmember Noble.
I agree. And between 104th and 96th, from Chambers to Walden in particular, there are several ways that folks who live in that area can use other parks, like South Lawn you mentioned and so forth. It's safe. Same thing applies if you go north of 104th. There are several parks that you can use. There's a public park on Chambers, certainly the golf course, reunion parks and so forth. But the problem for the folks who live south of 96th is that they don't have a way to get to a park. There's not a safe way because of the truck route. And so they need some way either to get across 96 or under 96, even at 104th from Buckley Crossing, you can go through the tunnel from Buckley Crossing over to Reunion, right? So we didn't plan for that, and we need to plan for that. And the other thing we need to plan for, just as the mayor said, when we have our retreat, is to have a conversation about planning, because I don't see how at this point in time that the planning department is moving forward with changes and discussion of changes when we haven't discussed a philosophy of planning and development for Commerce City. And I think that's important for us to do when we have the retreat. And we have heard that from a planning commissioner, and we have heard that from someone applying to be a planning commissioner, that the question of what is the city council's plan for planning needs to be discussed. So let's do that too. I think that would be really important. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. As I said, we don't have reports on the agenda tonight, so no reports. I do have a question, though. I do not see anything on my calendar for next Monday. Do we not have a meeting with the school district?
We do not have a meeting with the school district. It's been reserved for interviewing the judge candidates.
Okay. That's for some reason not on my calendar.
The agenda that I see does have council reports, but given the hour, if you want to dispense with that, it's up to you.
You have a report to make?
I did, but I only want to ask one question, and that is, could we plan on the planning retreat to be March 4 and 5?
The famous March 4th.
Anybody?
Night of March 4, and then 5 is Saturday, so it'd be during the day. No, Friday evening.
Anybody? Anybody not able to do March 4th or 5th? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Seeing nobody saying no, March 4th, 5th. Does anybody on council have a report they need to make? What's that? All right, seeing no more requests for reports, I'll do a quick one. I did give public comment during the water permit thing for CDPHE back on January 8th, I believe that was. We had the Water Commission meeting where we talked about Mr. Marino being promoted to manage the water district, and don't remember exactly what else we had on that. Had a Veterans Commission meeting and also had the area boards meeting, and like I said, great conversation with Chief Insel regarding preparedness. And one of the things that I think really came out identified is it's been years since we've sat around and had a disaster preparedness exercise, be it tabletop or whatever, and realizing that we probably need to dust the dust off the books and have those tabletop exercises to be prepared. And some of the lessons that are coming out of the Marshall Fire that really we need to make sure that we don't have a repeat of those issues whenever, if, hopefully doesn't, but if something does happen. So it's the extent of my report. We are adjourned, and I guess we'll see you all on the 31st in order to interview judge candidates. Good night.